What is up, ladies and gentlemen? We are just about ready to get started on some commentary, some casting. We're doing some match commentaries here for Cosmonarchy. It is a pretty epic thing. In my opinion, it's kind of amazing. It's kind of incredible. It's kind of wonderful. And we've got lots of wonderful people who have been here for a while and lots of wonderful people who are joining for the first time. So, without further ado, we'll get into our intro here in proper force. I see that we've had Lucy and Alexander in the chat. Both of them long-time supporters. We got Sausage, but more of a new school guy. Brand new shiny era of Cosmonarchy is here. You're damn right, Alexander. You're damn right. And actually later today on Dev, I think we'll start our Dev session off today, working a little bit on some bug fixes, maybe some code cleanup or desync stuff. Just to investigate some issues, but we'll also, separately from that, be looking at working on some Muscosi development, as Alexander mentioned. So. It's going to be a damn good time. I read your mind. That's right. That's right. I mean, once we resolve those, is there even anything left to complain about? I think that's pretty much it. Zeke loves the mod. He too hopes more people will join. Well, listen, he himself is a bit of an influence on the minds of many StarCraft 1 fans. Lots of people know Zeke, watch his stream, appreciate him. So when he streams Cosmo, or when he just talks about it, when he plays in the show matches, which he will be doing on the 29th, that's pretty epic. So. Same, Alexander. Same. All right. One of the things I want to mention here is that we are still... we're at $153 on our show match fund. We're looking for anywhere between $170 and $200. So anybody who wants to pledge some money towards the show match is more than welcome to. However, I would recommend that you pay that out to, if you go to paypal.me/ttgames, you can do that. However, I would also say that if you want to support this stream specifically, you can go to streamlabs.com/pronago, and you can get yourself some donos there towards that. So I'll go ahead and put those links in the description. The first link is paypal.me/ttgames. I'll have to change that at some point. That is for the show match. And then streamlabs.com/go is where we go for supporting the stream. All that is very useful. We also have a coffee page if you want to do monthly subscriptions. That's also very epic. We do appreciate it. And that's where we're at for today's start. We are going to be jumping into a cast between Sausage and SGZZZ, two of our South Americans. We'll see where they're able to make what they're able to make happen. I think they may have known each other before they joined Cosmonarchy, but if they didn't, they definitely jumped into each other with both feet. So we'll be able to cast a match between them. That's going to be some Protoss versus Terran action coming at you. And Sausage was extended an invite over to none other than Tyrants, the Tribunal of Tyranny, and one of our first qualifiers into Acropolis number 4. So I'm excited to see him in there, and we'll get a little bit of a sneak peek preview while also updating SG, because it's been a while since I've looked at him. It's been a while since I've seen a game from him. So maybe he's due a bit of a rank increase as well. You never know. You never know. The PayPal link that I provided doesn't seem right. Oh yeah, that would be because I forgot the L. That's just because, you know what it is? I gotta tell you, man. I just can't lose. I don't know how to L. Sorry, dude. It's a common problem for me. I just can't lose. I just can't type the L, you know? We'll get a prediction started. And I'll go ahead and delete the previous message there, so that nobody gets confused. I'm amazed that anybody even had that domain. All right, let's intro the game properly here. Sausage in the top right is our Vivid Red Protoss, going for a gateway here, versus his countryman, his continentman, SGZZZ, our Terran player in the bottom right, as the, I'm going to say dark green, but this is not dark green, is it? It's forest green Terran in the bottom right. He is rocking the Fulcrum opener, double Fulcrum opener, and it's Gateway Grand Library, Doglived-esque, actually. We've seen some Doglived games which open Gateway into Grand Library. Only W. Only. No, nothing but L's. I mean, the thing is that one of these players has to L, but maybe they'll both win spiritually or something. I was told that this game is very funny, so, or at least somewhat funny. You know, like, obviously, comedy's in the eye of the beholder sometimes, but man, some shit's just funny. I don't know what to tell you. We definitely have had way more involvement from, like, at the upper level from Sausage. SG was not able to qualify into the battlement stage of Acropolis 3. Sausage managed to make it through, though. He gave a good accounting of himself. Took a game off of the reigning champ, Aud64, the then reigning champ, and wasn't able to get past the Zerg wall of Cannoli. Somehow the hatch first shenanigans just, they never did sit right with him. And that's the way it goes. I think I saw a Shambler message earlier. Yeah, work you. Okay, there you go. And we do indeed have a scrapyard coming for SG. This is the first time I've seen somebody go fast scrapyard. Also, one of his vultures did not rally forward. I do like his mines, though. This map is Acid Test, a Port of Litmus in the latest ASL season. And this is a cheeky little tech rush going on. Gateway, Grand Library, Prostration Stage, all on one base here for Sausage. He's capped his ridge so that he can afford some of this stuff in terms of the Vespine. And, well, Sausage is going to poke forward and see what he's got. Honestly, if he had that extra vulture here, I would rate it attack, or at least a challenge. We were having a long conversation about this in the CM Games channel last night about when do you check the ramp. And I feel like if your opponent isn't making room to expand, you can expand yourself, of course, as SG is doing. But you also might want to consider checking the ramp. See what units they have. Are they being super greedy? Because that's what Sausage is being right now. He's invested more money into his infrastructure, way more than he's invested into his economy or even his military. So I think when we're considering that angle, you know, obviously I think SG might even be looking for proxies or something right now, but check the ramp. See how many units they have. The 3 vultures would have killed the Hierophant and forced the Amaranth to move forward. Obviously some micro would have been there. There's a 4th vulture as well that was there to begin with. And it looks like SG might be a little bit more on like a kind of an autonomous mode right now. He's just like, yeah, I'll make the stuff, make the units, win the game. And that can be true, but sometimes it's good to also check what your opponent's doing and see what's up there. Now the mines are going to catch these units moving out. That will inform SG that he might be able to dive in. But the Hierophants are definitely fool's gold there for SG in that respect. Now, he is stunning a lot of the units, but he's not really pouncing on the opportunity, and he didn't bring his Blackjacks either. So kind of a missed opportunity, it feels like, to maybe do something there. If you had all of your military units in one spot, or most of them, you could kind of challenge them on the way out, make them feel a little bit less safe. In the meanwhile, Sausage is going to go ahead and put down his Nexus, and he is making a very fast Pariah. Now, in enough number, Blackjacks can handle that. Blackjacks also did receive a change when we changed paradigms about the add-ons. And we do have that Palladium coming up as well, by the way. The reason why I mentioned the Blackjack stuff is that they don't have the same weapon range that they used to, but they still complement Vultures fine. However, one of the things that I think is worth pointing out here is that they did move faster as compensation for their lack of weapon range. So you can move them across the map a bit better, a bit easier than you could before. However, SG has been a little bit lackadaisical in his unit control earlier on. Sausage making his very fast Mine Tyrant after the Pariah. So, you know, he's a little bit of a quirky toss. I want to say, like, we have a couple of, like, I'm considering right now Sausage has kind of been exhumed out of Class 2 and displaced down by Zeke and Newt. But overall, I would still say he's a very strong player. The thing that I would put him, you know, at is I compare him to Kasuga and Doglived, who are 2 Protosses that are ranked higher than him currently. And his macro is probably the thing that separates the two of those, him from the other 2 players. But Kasuga's also a bit wacky, and Doglived is super aggressive a lot of the time. He likes his technical openers. Sausage is kind of maybe in between. His technical openers are a little bit more slated towards one thing, which is the Mine Tyrant. And I don't think he plays every game like this. This definitely feels like a little bit of a greedy, cheeky opener. But I do think that there's something about this game that reminds me of that. Also, I'm pretty sure we have a broken replay here because there's a lot of idle workers. So I think maybe I'm going to have to pause my monologue here and stitch this together if we end up picking this up for the recording later, because this definitely looks like, unless I'm just wild, unless the players are that happy and that wild, I'm pretty sure they gave me a bad replay. So hold the phone there. We'll check that out in a moment. If this game still ends up being funny enough to cast, though, have no fear. We'll see what's up. Yeah, I am checked out to the right version of pre-release. Unlucky. Looks like maybe the Sausage is asking for his own replay. SG's replay now. Yeah, I grabbed this one. This was I'm assuming this is the right game to cast, because it was the one that was chronologically played last, and Sausage said that the last game is funny. So we could always pivot to a different one, but I'm going to go ahead and wait for maybe a secondary replay. While we're at it, we can check in with what's going on in the server real quick. Oh, I guess I can blab at you guys about an update real quick before we get into our next game, or the same game in a new replay version. What's up, Shopkeeper Dog? The changes that we've had to some of our show match scheduling have come forth. Also, I see P-Sense in there. What's up, dude? The changes in the show match are basically racking up here. So we've confirmed that show match number 3, which is going to be Oya as Protoss, Wolfix as Terran, Ziki as Zerg, is good to go for the 29th of August, a Friday. In fact, it is not this Friday, but next Friday. And it will be at 12 o'clock Eastern Time, 6 p.m. Central European Time. And that is going to be a fun one. I also am excited about... So what was originally our 4th show match, Bonneth versus DeWalt, best of 9. Well, first to 9 wins is not quite it. It's end of the world, so all 9 maps are played. But that's going to be an exciting one because they have such a history back and forth in StarCraft 1. So to see them in PvP in Cosmonarchy is going to be pretty fun. That one's actually technically now going to be show match 5. Show match 5. That's going to be a good time as well. And show match 4 in between is going to be some StarCraft 2 homies. We've got Trigger as Protoss, Han Mono as Terran, and Young Yakov as Zerg. So if you like the StarCraft 2 scene or you know those names, we are going to have those guys sporting it out. That's going to be on the 6th of September, whereas the Bonneth DeWalt show match is going to be on the 13th of September. So we are starting to move the show matches over to Saturdays. It's a little bit easier for people to watch on a Saturday, I think. So that's helpful. But yeah, definitely wanted to make sure that everybody knew about that. And that will be a good time as well. So there's my little yappage there. I see them talking about spoilers in the chat from P-Sense, in the Spanish chat. Okay, so Lucy apparently wants me to announce Project Epic is opening. Epoch is opening. We will be on Horde, he says. I don't play World of Warcraft. In fact, I think the one time I played World of Warcraft... No, maybe? I guess maybe I did play World of Warcraft. But anyway, it was for like a week on my friend's computer after school in high school. Wasn't my thing. But I do not turn my nose up at any who choose to enjoy some private server action. Slay 10 boards. Yeah, my favorite was Harvest 10 wolves. Harvest 10 paws from wolves, and only some, like, every third wolf that you killed would have a wolf paw. You know what I mean? That was my favorite one. What's up, Green Eggs? Welcome, welcome. All right, while we're waiting for the replay to get sent to us, we'll go ahead and move on to a different series, but I'm sure that there will be an update about that one in the future, because that looked like it would be a pretty silly game. I'm going to go ahead and check some of the more recent uploads here. I do have some Kasuga versus Doglived games, actually, on Watchpoint. Maybe we could cast those. Because I don't get to see a lot of mirrors. I don't know what the deal is with people not liking mirrors, but I don't get to see a lot of PvP, so I'm going to go ahead and do some of that. That way we're changing players entirely, so when we come back to this other game, we are good to go there. So who would I put? I guess I'd put Doglived as the underdog versus Kasuga, but that's a really even matchup and very stylistic, actually. I was just talking a little bit about styles of Protoss players here. And so we have a 3-game set, all on Watchpoint, all on, I believe, an older version of Watchpoint. So we're going to see how that one goes. I'm going to go ahead and cancel the prediction that I put up earlier. And we'll go ahead and delete and return points. And then we're going to say Kasuga versus Doglive. Good. Doglive. And then get ready to put that one up. I think my overlay is all set, so all I need to do is take the version of the game that I've backdated to and get started. I have a lot of replays that I've said I would cast that are, you know, starting to get a little bit on the older side, if you know what I mean. So, take a look. Hey, all right, we're getting right into it. Ladies and gentlemen, a Protoss versus Protoss series between Doglived and Kasuga. On Watchpoint, we've got 3 games to cast here. Protoss versus Protoss is something I haven't seen too much of, so I'm eager to see some more in Cosmonarchy. Kasuga is going to be our black Protoss in the top right, and Doglived our dark lavender Protoss in the bottom left. And these guys always stick with the same colors, so expect them to be those colors every single time. Our Twitch Gamba is up, so you guys can take a look at that if you are so interested. I see that we got Mika in the chat doing my part on the Twitch viewer count, but hard to compete with other streamers. Yeah, it can be. It can be a little bit difficult. Sometimes we'll get a raid, and then we'll stay steady at like 15, 20 Twitch viewers for a while. That's usually our best bet, but we'll see what happens. We'll see as we grow. I think people are still getting used to the steady schedule and steady stream of streams, funnily enough. But we do appreciate all of that, and of course, we appreciate people supporting the stream via those Streamlabs donations, streamlabs.com/Pronago, if you want to support the daily grind. I guess I should say the week daily grind, but I am always working on Cosmonarchy, even on days where I'm, you know, I got D&D. Well, until D&D, since my prep is good from other days, I'm working on Cosmonarchy. You know, it's just the way it is. Sunday actually was super busy. I was doing tons of outreach for tournaments, show matches and whatnot. I was doing loads of bug investigations and code cleanup and stuff like that. I was implementing the Goku Advisor that shipped yesterday. So, you know, these are just things that I get up to on a daily basis. What can I say? Just got to be themed like a gang war or have that vibe anyway, says Green Eggs about mirrors. Yeah. All right. When Protoss kill Protoss, everyone wins. See, Green Eggs is speaking Alexander's language. Indeed, though, it's worth pointing out, Doglived has gone Gateway Lattice, and Kasuga has gone Double Gate. In fact, Kasuga is going Double Gate into Grand Library, so we know he's not going to be expanding anytime soon. Whereas I do think that actually, even though Lattice is a little bit fragile, I think, you can probably still get to a point where you're expanding off of it. You know what I was wondering? If we make it so that you can make the Autocourt from the Nexus, in addition to the Embassy, and it just requires a Tier 1 structure, like a Gateway, Lattice, or indeed Embassy. Well, it does cut into your worker production to make it from the Nexus, so I don't know if it would actually be meta. But I was wondering if it wouldn't be good to make an Autocourt, and then, like, walk up here and build a Matrix, and then a Nexus afterwards or something to try to hold. Oh my god. 4 production on 1 base. Kasuga going haywire here. He's going balls to the wall right about now. Vassal's going to leave the building to start scouting. 1 idol was made. Without the Manifold, it feels a little bit difficult for Protoss to, like the Gateway Lattice army, to compete with what's going to be made by Kasuga. What's he going to make out of this Grand Library? He doesn't have the gas for, I guess, anything, actually, and not the minerals, so... a little bit of an interesting build order. He does go for the Herald, and I guess he could go for an Ecclesiast after that. His workers are being heckled and punished. Thankfully, the Hierophant has arrived to back up the Scribe, and the flash shielding really works well on workers, because they don't have enough shields for it to start, regenerating at a significant rate. The way that it works is that after 2 seconds of not being attacked, the shields will start kicking back in, and at that point, they start at a rate of 10 HP per second, and then they decay afterwards. They start falling off each second. So it's the workers only have 15 shields, so it's not really like they are going to run out. The Rogue Gallery Scout is pretty good, though. Doglived should be aware that a Kabbalist is likely incoming. We've got a couple Nexuses pumping out workers here for Doglived, and he is making his Embassy. Oh, yeah, I like this. The Bulwark at the front is going to provide detection, and the Embassy will likely make a Witness so that the ground army can move out with it, but it could just as easily make Artisans and start getting even further ahead, because we still don't have a Nexus here for Kasuga. He's adding a Warden. He's spending down as much money as he can. The Rogue Gallery looks really nice with the black color, I just noticed. Very on point for the profane nature of it. Obviously, that's an asset taken from 5 Nations. Shout out to 5 Nations. They gave us permission to use a lot of their graphics, even in commercial games, which is wild to me. But obviously, this is not that. We're still in StarCraft 1's engine, and as much as 5 Nations gave us permission, Blizzard certainly didn't. Doglived's going to go ahead and saturate his main mineral line a little bit. He has been harvesting from the geyser for some time now. And Watchpoint, this is the older version where this isn't replaced with a vestry yet, and we don't have a bunch of extra ramps opened up in a couple of spots. So as a result, well, Kasuga's going to be a very sad man when he sees that he's been heckled by the bulwark. Not fast enough reaction time to pull the guy back. And as soon as that happens, more static defense get erected. This might be a little bit puzzling to some people, because they might be like, oh, well, he held the harass. Why is he investing so much in static defense? In my opinion, this actually could work really nicely if Dogliv's intention is to move out with his ground army and then use the static defense as a buffer with the reinforcements on rally over here. Because then he can maybe try to threaten a counterattack, and it's a lot harder to crack open the defender's advantage. Now, with that being said, the Herald is here, and any unit that dies in the Herald of Kasuga's is going to speed up all of Kasuga's other units that are in the area. So as long as you die within range of the Herald, that's essentially an effect that occurs. And he does have some firing power with all of his Striders. He actually has 4 Dracodons here. He clears the Vassal. The Herald is actually being focused down early, which is not really what you want if you're in Kasuga's shoes. You can see him trying to make things happen, but he really shouldn't be attacking in. He's trying to take out the Bulwark. Okay, I guess you did that, but at what cost? His own Hierophants are now tagged. He's trying to focus down individual units, but there's so much shield sustain between the Golems and, of course, the Matrixes themselves. It's impossible for Kasuga to crack this one open. He's got his Herald helping his own shield sustain up, but there's just so much tank here. Now he's trying to go after some of those idols, which are pretty squishy. We got more static defense warping in. Another Bulwark has been made. His Scribes are not going to get active. And remember, there's a Nexus on the way for Kasuga, but it's not currently mining. So he needs to do way more damage than he's done. He hasn't killed a single worker, despite all of the damage he's done to the military. And now it looks like maybe a couple of them will get popped on the way, but we've got extra Bulwark coming in for more radius. We've got the Matrixes finishing up. I really don't think Kasuga should have gone for that attack, but he did make a little bit more of a dent in the army than maybe it was expected. It just feels like it wasn't enough at the end of the day. That one Herald has, actually, I think that's a fresh one. The other one died. He's trying to go back in away from the static defense, but this is just not the right move. He's going to have to cycle back and hope that he can come back from a deficit. He's down by 10 workers. His Nexus is barely even working right now. Zealots are getting rallied in and having to be pulled away before they get heckled. And with double Bulwark, yeah, I mean, they don't stack for all of the units that are in between, but the radius is really good, and it's good detection coverage. What's been happening behind this? Ooh, okay, we're going to see a lot of Grand Libraries be added. An Atreus is sighted. You're not going to get through the shields of the Matrix like that. Looks like Doglived wants to fancy an attack onto the Atreus specifically. It's a funny unit to pick apart, but I guess it might work. I don't know. That was confusing. Okay, he loses all but one unit. Has he triggered Kasuga to move forward again, though? This might be bait. We got 4 Matrixes, 5 Matrixes moving forward. One of them is going to go down eventually. Oh my god, the workers are going to get pulled off the line again. There's 1,000 minerals on both sides. Kasuga adding a prostration stage. It's just nothing but Amaranths coming out of those Grand Libraries as more Matrixes get started to replace the 2 that have fallen. And it's a bit silly, guys. I'm not going to lie. This is a bit of a silly game where both players have gone for offensive moves, I guess you could say, in Doglived's case, but definitely in Kasuga's, that maybe didn't quite make the most sense. But back at home, Doglived is got his embassy. Did he actually make anything? I guess he made these artisans. Prostration stage finishing up right next to the Nexus at the Natural. We got a Crucible and Grand Libraries. Another Grand Library coming up here, but Doglived is just making mass Atreus. This is a way. I was going to say the way, but then it reminded me of Star Wars, and we can't do that. But this is a way of moving through, because you look at the mass Atreus, they do so much more damage, and there is almost no shield sustain over here. One 256 chance for the Goku announcer to go into a super long voice line. That's the Zerg name pasta. Oh shit, don't say that. That's scary. All right, here we go. The move out with the 4 Atreus. He's kind of getting pinched on the ramp. I think he recognizes he needs to get down the ramp, actually. But look, now his Atreus are blocking his melee from helping out, so one of them gets picked immediately. The Herald is not long for this world if it gets focused down in any way, but it looks like Kasuga will cancel that. Not the strongest move out there from Doglived, but it looks like he can still apply a little bit of pressure. And how are you going to break this with the rally point, with the reinforcements coming? A Sycophant arrives. Good support unit, but by itself, as you can see, it's going to struggle a little bit. I do feel like Dogliv's attack is a bit anemic, but he is going to make it his way in and shut down this harvesting over here. You can see Kasuga's going to have to pull away from that. Ground army still cycling back, not quite sure where it wants to go. They've killed a single scribe, so very minimal harassment. Looks like a third base trying to be come down. That is ambitious, and maybe a little bit optimistic. Dogliv now skirmishing down here. His Hierophant allowing his units to stick to the enemy. Pretty good stuff there. No shield sustain for him, but he doesn't necessarily need it. The whole rest of the army for Kasuga is in the middle of the map. So our Dark Lavender Protoss here, Dogliv, feels like he's controlling the game. He's up by 20 workers. He's going to double expand, and his rally point units are actually going to clear out the area in the middle, so they know for sure what's going on here. Now, a Hierophant has gone down. Sycophant and an Ecclesiast are next, and it looks like maybe one more Hierophant will go down here. So kind of an even military trade there. A Golem had also gone down for Dogliv, and as the army is getting caught, he did not quite retreat the most elegantly. We've got some static defense added over here. A very, very messy game. You know what I mean? Like, this is not the most coordinated assault on either side, really. The Heralds are being struck down. There was a third one, so this one actually gave them all the Vengeance movement. And that Pariah going to be worth its weight in gold for this early stage. But look at all of the Atreus's. Mass Atreus on the other side here. Not quite monocomp. The Hierophant can help out because it can give that attack speed increase. But as of right now, it still seems to be working out. You got to kill the Heralds. Otherwise, you're just going to keep giving over a ton of buffs over to the opponent. When the Herald dies, it does take enemy corpses and ascend them. So that's where you got the attack speed buff for Kasuga's army. But look at the reinforcements here. This PvP is reminding me a lot of TVT, actually, in Starcraft 1, where you just, like, you attack, but you can't quite get anywhere. I know it's not with, like, deployed units and map control in the same way, but just the way that they keep trying to attack into each other, and then the other guy has more units, you know what I mean? This is, like, reasonable mechanics on both sides. The decision-making is interesting, that's for sure. Unitary Unions added. Okay, I guess you can get some Unars or Asilians. Asilians would probably be the easiest units to pair with the Atreus based on their movement speed. Just thinking about, like, roving across the map and stuff. Very low saturation in these extra bases here, and it looks like Kasuga is going to go ahead and drop his own 3 o'clock spot. Remember, the Artisans are still in the bottom at 6, providing a little bit more resources for Doggy. P-Sense wondering where the Architects, Optectons, and Mind Tyrants are. Yeah. A kind of good question, but we do have an Ancestral Archives warping in around that Crucible, so we will see some kind of endgame Protoss. I could even take an Archon here. I think a couple Archons would be really nice. They do have the Storm passive now, so it's a little bit different than before. Ah, yes! This is exactly what we needed. Very, very good saturation. Maybe a little bit too much saturation at the natural here for Dogliv. Main looks good. Yeah, baseline stuff. You could take some workers off of this depleted main now for Kasuga and I guess for Dogliv as well. And start transferring them over to the other bases. But who's got the time for that? Just make more workers. Right about now, with the 2 Asilians being made a pop, Dogliv is going to spike in army power. And at that point, you know, you have to wonder, is your Optecton really going to help you out too much? Now, his Atreuses are just in the middle of nowhere, and so they get cleaved immediately. But Dogliv is rotating towards the bottom with a small strike force that is going to clear up bottom right and show that he's got the economic advantage for now. Up by a ridiculous amount, like 35 workers. We're looking at Kasuga not in the best of spots economically. Dogliv is basically at 4 base now, even before saturating his actual 4 bases, thanks to the Artisans. And an Archon is going to be the unit du jour for Kasuga. I do feel like, at this point, Optecton Mind Tyrant is probably a good go. But Dogliv does have a pretty fearsome amount of units, and the Asilians do have really good armor pens, so they ignore the armor of the Pariah. They ignore the armor of a lot of these units, actually. I think every single unit here doesn't have enough armor to exceed the Asiliant's armor pen. There it is, armor pen of 5. Some of the Asiliants are being left over in defensive postures. I don't know if that's intentional or not. Also remember that the worker difference isn't actually as pronounced as it initially seems because there's a big oversaturation in the natural. Well, the Bulwark finished just in time to snipe out the Witness, so that's unfortunate for Kasuga. He's massing up in the middle. Going across the 15-minute mark. There's an Optecton finally showing up. Some of the endgame tech there. Protoss accesses it a bit more piecemeal. And now we got some Unars out. So the Unars are what I was kind of holding my breath for. I think if Unars come out, you can't really get away with Mind Tyrant Optecton anymore. The Unars can just kind of right-click the Mind Tyrant and it's over. Well, plenty of units here to try to take this fight, and including in them a bunch of Asiliants. We'll see how long these pariahs last. A lot of the melee stuck over here for Kasuga. He hasn't rotated them around to try to, split the bounce damage. Instead, he's just kind of fighting in it. The longer this fight goes, with these Asilians still alive, the better it is for Doglived, but they've all been cut down. The Charlatans cloning so much damage onto the Atriuses. Definitely going to be a consequential fight. Now he's adding a Mind Tyrant for his Optectons. One of them is already out. The other one, presumably. Yeah, there it is. Okay, he's actually already linked it up. So, again, the Unars are a really good choice here for Doglived to try to have a little bit of counterplay. I think Architects are also pretty good in that situation, but Unars just right-click and deal 100 damage. So it's hard to beat, You can do into... oh, look at this! He's just going to try to dive right onto the unit. You can't really block the Optecton due to the way that it works, of course, but he's going to see if he can go after the Mind Tyrant itself. And he does it! That's really good there. So there's not going to be... That's well worth the strike force that he sent out there for it, since they were estranged from the rest of the army anyway. The Unars can also focus down individual targets. Maybe you can try to isolate the Charlatans. There's plenty of Unars that are still left to come here. And yeah, we have the Mind Tyrant coming back in for it. I've thought about what I might want to change about the Mind Tyrant, and I feel like the Asset Seizure probably needs to drain Mind Tyrant energy, and if it's below a certain amount, it can't actually take enemy units. Probably will help out a little bit there for the sanity check. Only a couple Atrius is being converted now, but that Unar could be going down pretty soon. And again, you really want to keep the Unar on your side, and in general, have it going, have it working. The split is really, really good for Doglived in terms of the concave, but he doesn't really have his units firing on the right targets here. If only he had some of those Unars more towards the south of the fight, he could have actually taken out the Optectons. I think it takes 6 Unar shots to kill an Optecton. I'm pretty sure. They ignore the Optecton armor, so I'm pretty sure the Unars definitely help out there. Oh my god, no. Eviscerated. Well, Doglived is being staring down right into the eye of the beholder right now. Multiple Mind Tyrants for Kasuga. Slowly clearing him out. It felt like he had all the tools necessary. He even added a third unitary to make more of those very, very important Unars. His army having a hard time cycling back. Now we know that the Mind Tyrants are exposed to the retreat path. We'll see if Kasuga is going to be able to save them. It looks like he is going to cycle over his own Atriuses. Archon going down, casting a storm. Not really super consequential right about now. Reinforcements coming in from Kasuga's side. He hasn't linked that Optecton yet, but it doesn't necessarily matter. Looks like it's honestly the end of Dogliv's army. Look at the bank. He's got so much money that he could be spending. But he is losing top left, and it looks like Doglived is going to call GG as his 6 o'clock artisans are found. Again, he had so much money, but sometimes people look at their cash and they're like, shit, I didn't spend any of my money. GG. So that really felt like Doglived had the tools to counter what he was going up against, but just maybe didn't have the know-how. So maybe a learning experience for him if he ends up watching that cast back. We've got 2 more games between these two guys. We'll see if that ends up factoring in and giving our Spanish speakers, Latin Americans, enough time to get their ducks in a row about the replay we were trying to cast earlier. It's Optec time, as Doglived is once again in the bottom left, the Dark Lavender Protoss, and Kasuga, the top right Black Protoss, fresh off of his win in the previous game. We don't often see mid-game mirror stuff, so that was actually pretty interesting. We'll see if we get that again here. Knight of the Realm in the chat, what's up? It's funny, we got a couple of players who used to play a lot come back recently, Newt and Knight of the Realm. I wasn't expecting that 1-2 combo, but I am welcoming them back. It's very, very cool. Maybe we'll get to cast some Knight of the Realm games later. I think he's playing Zerg these days, so stands a good chance. Going to be a 2-gate for Kasuga yet again. Is it going to be gate lattice for Dogliv? No, it's going to be a second gateway. So we already have a little bit of a deviation from the last game. And it's funny because in so doing, they are doing the same thing this game. We'll go ahead and get that lovely little prediction down. It was Kasuga to take the last game. We'll see if he is going to do it again this time around. Dogliv going 3 gates. This could be a fast one. Usually people don't go 3-gate and stay on it. Usually the 3-gate is a preview of the 4th gate, an omen, if you will. There it is. 4th gate. And poor Kasuga, he's harvesting Vespene. He's like, I'll go 2-gate. Grand Library. Oh, it's Rogue Gallery for him, actually. That makes some sense, because he wants to queue up another gas unit, probably. Or another unit in general from his first gateway. It's just going to be Zealots at first. Don't be surprised if there's a lot of Zealots this game. Dogliv is harvesting Vespene, but only from the Geyser, not the Ridge, so it kind of tells us what he's up to. I think he's just going to Zealot Ecclesiast, attempt to bust Kasuga, and see if he can do that. We do have a Rogue Gallery, so that could turn into a Kabbalist, which... not super useful versus Zealot Ecclesiast, but, you know, you can free reign in the main base and kill all the workers, maybe. I'm not going to say that there's a pattern here just yet, because I actually haven't seen too many Dogliv series play in, like, tournament environments. But it wouldn't surprise me if Dogliv goes, like, for a kind of standard-ish build in his mind for a little bit, and then he decides, okay, I've made my, I've done my build. Now, second game... even if I win, regardless of win or lose, second game is Zealot Ecclesiast bust. Cheese going on, you know what I mean? So we'll see about that one. Kasuga, though, also has 3, also made 3 production structures. Obviously, Dogliv made 4. And he is moving out now. This is also the kind of thing that I think he likes to throw at players who he doesn't know if he's weaker than or whatever, right? It's like, he looks at this and he's like, yeah, I'm going to throw this at you. And then if you survive, then he knows he has to take you a bit more seriously. But if you don't, he's just like, yep, I can throw this at you. Hey, what's going on, Andrew Ong? Why is Cosmonarchy not implemented in Starcraft 2? Starcraft 2 does not give you the same level of modding support. I can give you a little bit more of a detailed answer after the cast. I still have a feeling this one is going to be a quick one. So we do have a Kabbalist on the way for Kasuga, as previously mentioned, and a 5th gateway goes down for Dogliv. I guess his reinforcements might be able to try to clean up the Kabbalist. It does decloak itself. Oh my god! Oh my god! He caught himself. He delayed himself so much there. And only now is it going to be revealed. Now, this will make Dogliv just go for the attack. We have a couple of assets here for the Protoss. Watch the Hierophant. It's going to start stacking up its debuff. And as a unit with that debuff dies, they will start giving attack speed over as a buff temporarily to the Protoss army. But you can see he's actually not focusing down the units. He's not letting the Hierophant debuff stack up enough times. He's just going after the Ecclesiasts. And then he thinks he can just fight the rest of them with impunity. He might be right about that, by the way. Checking back in, it looks like the Kabbalist was cleared. And the Zealots, well, they're going haywire. But look, there's Ecclesiasts on the other side giving shields over to Kasuga's army. It looks like our Black Protoss player has actually taken the cake here. He's going to go after workers now, but Dogliv is in real dire straits. And he's just going to call GG, seeing the tech that Kasuga has. Honestly, he could have probably tried to play that one out. He didn't lose too many workers to the DT, so to speak, so that feels like it was pretty easy. But yeah, definitely a different style there from Dogliv. Also, I've made my Photoshop blindingly bright by accident. I think I have it. Sometimes it thinks my control key or something. I don't know what's going on there, but it's very bright now. Let's see. Oh, no. I don't know. I'll have to fix that later. Yeah, he just decides to pull up right onto the Ecclesiasts. That stuff was wild, man. I do appreciate that Kasuga has been calling the shots there. All right, so if regardless of if Androng is still hanging out looking for an answer to that question in a bit more detail, I can quickly tell you guys why Cosmonarchy was not made in StarCraft 2. So there's a reason that might just be chalked up to chance, but then there's a reason where we never decided to move it over afterwards. So the reason it was put into StarCraft 1 is because myself as the sort of, you could say that Cosmonarchy was originally just my project, and then more people sort of piled on in for the, assisting development. We had iQuare for a time. Now my co-developer is Veek7. But when I first started this project, it was a StarCraft 1 project because I like StarCraft 1 more than I like StarCraft 2. There's a myriad of reasons why, but that's the per chance version. Just so happened I like StarCraft 1 more. I'm going to make a mod in StarCraft 1. However, many people have suggested that StarCraft 2 could be a better place to go, and the response to that is, actually, you can't mod StarCraft 2 as much as you can mod StarCraft 1. You also don't have access to a lot of really important features for the kind of game that we want to make. So we're trying to make a game that you can build more units in, that you have a larger scale, and StarCraft 2 matches sometimes do have greater scale in terms of units made than StarCraft 1 matches, but they arrive at that very, very quickly, and also the engine does struggle a lot with performance issues when you get to that level. So those were other reasons why we decided to stick with StarCraft 1. We've really stressed the engine of StarCraft 1, stretched it to its limit, and maybe in some cases beyond, and we are constantly working to, add more things, be able to add more things. Obviously, there's some things in StarCraft 2 that are easier, like adding a new race or adding a bunch of new units, but the kinds of units that you can add, the kinds of abilities and behaviors you can make are a lot harder. At the very least, they don't seem to be as performant if you do it, if you are able to implement them. They don't run very well. So then you get into that lag territory that we were talking about. There's a lot of situations where StarCraft 2 might seem like the shinier, newer toy on the tin, but at the end of the day, under the hood, it does not do what we need an engine to do. Now, StarCraft 1's engine isn't perfect. Far from it. We don't have source code for either game, so we have to do memory hacking and reverse engineering in order to actually get a lot of the stuff done that we want to get done, that we need to get done. And therefore, we also walk into a situation where StarCraft 1 has way more memory hacking, reverse engineering, sort of hacker tools, if you will, and resources for learning. And StarCraft 2 has almost none. There's not nearly as many people interested in reverse engineering StarCraft 2. Another big condition, version freezing. It's almost impossible to do that in StarCraft 2, to my knowledge. You can't stick to one version of the game and then say, okay, no patches will ever break anything because we're on one version of the game. Remastered is out, and it does sometimes break stuff for mods, but we're not in Remastered either. We're in an older version, pre-remastered, of StarCraft 1. So it's sort of like we're in the super early edition of StarCraft 1. We're not even in the shiny Remastered one. So we do get questions like that a lot, but hopefully that explained a little bit of why. And yes, I also personally do prefer the aesthetics of StarCraft 1 compared to StarCraft 2, but I was just saying shiny in the sense of, like, it's newer, it's smoother, it has, the pathfinding doesn't result in my units bumbling up and stuff. There's many reasons why I don't like even the pathfinding in StarCraft 2 or a bunch of things about StarCraft 2's user interface and stuff, but even if I did like StarCraft 2, actually there would be a lot of arguments to say, there's going to be a lot of concessions you make if you make it in StarCraft 2. Now, there are different concessions that we made by making it in StarCraft 1, but we're also working to remove the things that made us make those concessions to begin with. Like, we decided, we really want to add more races, but we can't do that because there's a bunch of limitations on the game. Like, we can't add so many instructions for animations because the size of the animation code is, like, gated at 64 kilobytes. Well, now we have a backup for that. We have a workaround for that. We've done that. We've extended iScript, what iScript is the animation code. So we did that. That's no longer a thing. Now we're thinking about, well, we have a limit on how many game strings we can add to the game, like just for tooltips and to say, like, the weapon name and stuff. Well, we've almost got a workaround finished for that, and that was very quick as well. So that's another thing that we're removing. There's a lot of engine limitations we've bypassed or removed, and we're just going to keep doing that as the time goes on. Hey, what's up, Milestone? Yeah, appreciate the testimony there, Mimica. All right. Hopefully that was a detailed enough answer. We are going into Kasuga versus Dogliv, the last one, as Kasuga says. It is his final game. And the last game was also for Kasuga victory. Go ahead and get that prediction back for you guys. One plus 16 plus 1 is 18, which is 3 times 3 plus 3. That's a lot of threes. And if you want to send us threes, as in, dude, I'll never forget. I was just about to shill Max and say streamlabs.com/pronogo to support the stream. But there was a point where Hepsea was talking about a feature we don't yet have. And it's like customizable hotkeys, the same way that you have like fully remappable hotkeys in Starcraft Remastered and in Starcraft 2. We don't have that feature just yet. It's actually really difficult to implement technically. So there's a bounty open for that, but it's something that like Veek is going to have to get donations towards. Otherwise, he'll work on it when he can, but it's not like a priority task given the amount of labor required. Anyway, bottom line is that when it comes to the context of that conversation he was having on his own stream, the Shambler was in the chat, and he's like, maybe you should send them some threes, and they'll do it. And he's like, what the fuck are threes? Only our insular community, the hardcorest of the hardcore, were calling donations threes. It was just... fuck my shit up, you know? But yes, as P-Sense mentions about people complaining about graphics, a game can be good without looking like a AAA game. A lot of AAA games don't look good to me, so I don't know if there's something wrong with my brain, but a lot of the times I'm just like, you've added 10,000 post-processing effects, and now it hurts my eyes to look at your game. Although I'm like that about some indie games, too. Like, I've played a decent amount of Lethal Company with my girlfriend, and I tried it a little bit with my brother and 3Crow at one point as well, like earlier. And we had to, for my sake, not for her sake, so again, it could just be an eye strain thing that I have to deal with, but the post-processing stuff that's like the weird blur fog filter that they put on that game really does hurt my eyes. So that's just another thing. You know, it doesn't have that. Indies can get it too. It's not just AAA games in that respect. All right, we've got double lattice after double gate for Doglived. Experimenta, I feel like. I don't think this is a build order I've seen before, so this is interesting. I'm assuming he's really rating the like Ecclesiast. Does it work? Ecclesiast Golem? I don't know. I feel like golems are really good later on when your enemy has a lot of splash damage, but if you're going up against a gateway max, gateway maxing Protoss, Kasuga in this case going gateway, Grand Library, and then Embassy afterwards. I do not like the AI upscaling that is everywhere now. Sorry. I can't say that I do. I always have to go in and make sure that that's turned off every time I launch a modern game. Well, we'll see if it looks like Zealot Ecclesiast plus Golem, as Arbuz mentions in chat. There's a couple idols coming as well. I feel like the Golems are okay at soaking up damage, but they don't put out much damage themselves, and they are expensive for this stage in the game. So, the old Legionnaire model. Solstice redid this and gave it a portrait. Very epic. You can see his portrait work down here in the meantime. Oh, once again, Kasuga going to pull up on those Ecclesiasts. And in response, Dogliv tries to pull up on his Hierophant. Oh, it gets away. Not ideal. He's trying to go for the next one. Oh, his unit control falling apart as he tries to sick onto that last Hierophant. He might be able to get it. Now the answer is no. Golems just don't do enough damage, dude. Man, Dogliv once again under the pump. Now he looks like he's got enough to expand, but instead he's going to just double down on Golem Ecclesiast. Whence cometh your damage? You know what I mean? Like, where do you actually get any damage dealers in this composition? Zealots can be it, I guess, but they're not so far. Nexus now starting up for our Brave Protoss. Kasuga. Ecclesiast Vassal is the next one. Making a couple vassals could actually be kind of good here. You can hunt down artisans. You can try to pressure the main base. I don't know, though. It's hard to say for sure. What's up, Solstice? For lethal, there's a mod that removes or reduces the effect of some of the post-processing stuff. Yeah. Yeah, and I do know that it looks way worse in recorded video as well, so you're right about that one for sure. But, that one was a puzzler. It's a fun game. It's just very difficult to interface with it visually if you don't take that mod and apply it. Poor artisans. So the vassals have been scouted out. We immediately have a matrix in response. Now that artisan is going to look for somewhere else to go. Standing army has gotten a little bit better looking for Doglived. A lot of money in the bank and nothing in production just yet. He's considering what he wants to make. Just make some more workers for now. I think Dracodons would really help out this composition. The problem is Kasuga has way more. So I am a little bit worried. I think the damage density that Kasuga has in his army is definitely higher. Like, you can just alpha damage out a lot of the individual targets here. Maybe if there was a Clarion with this composition, Doglived would actually be in a really good spot. And since he would have to make Ardent for that, he could also go Positron? Maybe? Interesting. Looks like the replay has been discovered that we can cast that between Sausage and SG after this. Good. Legionnaire Scout reveals the army movement down there, and that's perfect distraction, actually, as Kasuga is going to start getting heckled inside the main base as the vassals have clumped up. It's only 6 of them, and so the Matrix will definitely be able to help them out. As the army engages, Kasuga's response time is going to be lacking a little bit. Let's see. Warden finishes up as well, so those vassals are definitely going to go down pretty soon. Taking a long time to grind through the Amaranths. In fact, is it even possible? Yeah, just barely. I guess another thing that he could have done here, Doglived, is he could have gone for a Charlatan, but that also requires a Rogue Gallery. I'm just thinking of ways that he can actually add damage to his composition. His Dracodons, nowhere to be seen there in that fight. They're going to cycle back. More idols as well. Tries to swoop back in for another scribe. Looks like he only killed 1, or maybe 2. Yeah, I see 2 corpses decaying before our very eyes. There is an artisan cheekily harvesting Vespine in the top left as well. And a witness spotting a 9 o'clock spot. Okay, all right. Kasuga going for the Argosy. Okay. We are going to see some heavy air. Maybe a Didact, actually. Terran structures catching strays. Even when it's Protoss versus Protoss, Terran still gets blown up. Ain't that just wrong? Although it does kind of give free-for-all vibes when you scout this out as Doglived and you see the structures disappear from your Fog of War spray and they just turn into rubble and you're like, oh. It's like when you're playing a campaign mission and you scout out that the AI has killed the other AI. And you're like, oh, what's happening? Although I say that like it's a relatable experience, but StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2 don't really have missions like that, so. I'm just thinking of Cosmonarchy maps, guys, sorry. This is right. Honestly, Doglived has a lot of units, but I just can't see him actually punching through what his opponent has. He's adding a lot of static defense. First Argosy is done, second one being made, but the first one isn't making anything. Kasuga, what are you gonna make? An Empyrean. Kasuga is playing versus Zerg. Empyrean's a very common unit versus Zerg. They have splash damage missiles, so they're very good there. Both players expanding to a third base at roughly similar times. Worker count slightly favors Kasuga, but not too consequential. Witness spotting sees that the pick of the litter here is going to be exemplars. So when you have detection inside an enemy's base, and this is a detector, you can actually see the production bar, including progress and what unit is being made. So if Kasuga ever clicked on these targets, you would actually have seen that they are exemplars. So that means that you aren't going to be worried about anything that will shoot back at your air units from the sky. And even if they were, I guess Panoptises would be kind of scary for the Empyrean, but I think that's about it. The first one's already started to fly over. As of right now, I feel like Kasuga is still ahead technologically. Oh, an epigraph on the way as well. So the epigraph is really good because of the fact that it has the same passive that the Hierophant does, where it has the ability to fire and tag a unit and eventually turn it into an attack speed beacon for allies once it dies. So the epigraph does provide quite a bit there. Idol arrives. Kasuga is just allowing his artisans to die. I can't believe it. He's like, well, 2 of them died, but I saved 1 of them. This guy, meanwhile, has harvested way more in the top left. A little bit more artisan for Doglived. He's caught up in workers, actually surpassed his opponent. Only 9 workers there at the third bases for both players. I guess the Exemplars pack a lot of a punch versus the ground army, so that should definitely help him there. But what's he going to do versus the Empyreans? The flying worker bullies the lowly ground worker. And then evacuates. 4th base going to be coming up pretty soon here for Doglived. He's adding 2 prostration stages. Okay, if he just goes for potentates here, he'll be just fine. But who the hell makes potentates unprompted? Suga adding his own prostration stage a little bit later than his opponent. Also in lower number. A pylon blocks the way, but JK, it doesn't really... Scouts the Nexus being put up at 12 o'clock. That's a funny spot to expand to in this matchup, or probably in this map in general. Instead of going for one of the corner bases, top right, bottom, or top left, bottom right. Interesting stuff. Kasuga is making a Didact. We are going to get Stasis Field. Another reason to go for Potentates. They can attack from a pretty reasonable range. I will Potentate max every time I have the opportunity to, because nobody makes them. So I gotta root for the underdog units, right? The ones that nobody ever makes. First little scuffle here as the 2 Drakidans arrive, scouting out what's going on here. On the ground, I actually favor Doglived's army, but it does depend on the exact way that it's going to work out here. And he has no idea what his opponent's army even is. So right now we see the Epigraph, we see the Empyreans doing their best. Oh, nothing to shoot air. That's going to be a humongous stasis. And that is a real big swing from that spell. You can see, not really being focused down here by Doglived. He just wants to take the fight instead. And honestly, he's still doing really well despite the lack of focus onto the Didact and despite the stasis. But the big problem here is going to come up when the air starts really letting loose. And Doglived is still just making anti-ground. All of his Exemplars have been balled up by that secondary stasis. Reinforcements coming in to frustrate the Kasuga path. But he had an opportunity to kill the Didacts, and he just didn't. And now they're going to freeze him to death. Stasis doesn't last as long in Starcraft in Cosmonarchy as it does in Starcraft 1, but it's still obviously a very impactful spell. But honestly, in this case, I don't know if it even mattered, dude. He had Empyreans, and nothing Doglived owned shot up besides the Drakidans. I think it's safe to say here that Kasuga has swept him. 3 games, not a single dropped. Doglived tried all sorts of things, but in the end, his 3,000 minerals didn't even matter. Yeah, Didact show up, Arbu starts concerning himself. Like, what is this? I thought it was just a bad dream. The Nexus is busted, and GG is called as Doglived. It's crushed by Kasuga. And good grief, my Photoshop is really bright. How do I fix that? The funny XD, the last one, says she. All right, cool. Take a look at it. Just going to go ahead and quickly get our next match set up here, and then we'll be good to go. Okay. I fixed the Photoshop brightness. Thank goodness my retinas. Okay. I'm definitely on the right version of the game. I'm glad Arbuz agrees with me, you know? I'm just going to quickly speed through the parts of this replay until around the same time that I saw it breaking earlier, just so that I'm not bamboozled. Oh, it looks like idle workers again. My guess is that the replay is one of those funny replays where the config matters. If Sausage is on his computer, he can send me his Cosmo config, and I'll use that and cast it with that. I'm told this replay is funny, guys. We gotta cast it. Funny replay is for the win. Oh, by the way, anybody who knows the name Euthermal, he's going to be checking out the game sometime soon. Also, Indie Starcraft, Polish streamer, going to be checking out the game as well. And I think if we can get the two of them and Harstem in a group, that would be pretty good. I'll see if I can grab Harstem next. All right. Obviously, like, Euthermal's not going to sign up just because, like, just because I said, oh, he's going to check out the game. That doesn't mean that he's going to be, like, you know, I don't know what he's thinking exactly yet, right? We'll see what he has to say for himself and what he thinks about the game, but that's coming up. Okay, so we're going to say that one. Mafio says Zerg is the most oppressed. Peruvians are truly. What's up, Mafios? No, I haven't gotten anybody just yet. I was just letting you guys know that I made that Euthermal said he would check the game out, and see if he likes it, he'll presumably play it. That was kind of the subtext going on there. Okay. It's false. Okay. Also, this false. All right. I think that's good. I just needed to tweak the config for doing observations. Well, there you go, Shopkeeper Dog. If he makes one for Cosmonarchy, you can tell him, Uthermal made a video. Did you see it? All right, fast forwarding through the replay again. We'll see if we can get there. Honestly, I guess that means I should have you fight Uthermal immediately, Dog. And then when you own him or get owned by him, that'll be a good sign. Right? Doesn't that make sense? All right, so after he expands, he gets 2 workers here. No, it still breaks, though. I wonder why. So something in the config option row. I'll reset some options back to what they were for him. Operations enabled, I didn't turn off. Yeah, this replay doesn't want to show me what was happening. This replay thought it wasn't funny, guys. Sorry to say. Game's gonna dox me. You can just be like, hell yeah. I beat you thermal in a video, dude. Isn't that epic? Yeah, you thermal, like, he kind of did steal our bit, but not really, because I didn't know who he was until well after the bit was done. All right, so that was good. So I guess what we can try is... I'll grab his config again. And I will try changing absolutely nothing about it, except for windowed mode, because, spoiler, I don't have CNC draw. And we go again. This will be the last time I check it. If it doesn't work now, we are moving on to another one, and we'll try to fix that later on. Because presumably if it works for them, then it works in general. Next time you play SG, you'll do the same thing, he says. Yeah, for whatever reason, it's just not cooperating. That does definitely make me interested in figuring out what causes that bug to happen. So we will revisit that. I'll keep this on my desktop so I remember to investigate it later. All right, guys, let's go to another game instead. We will go ahead and pour one out for the Peruvian oppressed underclass of Cosmonarchy. Sorry, guys. I didn't intentionally program the game to do that. That's just how it goes. Maybe Goku did it. All right, we casted the Newt versus Shambler. I kind of want to see some of these matches on Martyr's Ground. It was Cannoli versus Newt and Ramen, so it was some interesting matches there. And we'll go ahead and see if we can get those ones. All right, I just gotta update my overlay real quick, and we'll be good to go. This is gonna be some TVZ action. It's the other two races we didn't see yet, so it kind of makes sense. So the fire's here. It's gonna be Newt to start us off. Okay, Newt. All right, lads, we've got Newt versus Cannoli. Wait, I did that wrong. It's Newt, the eggshell blue Terran in the bottom right. Cannoli, the pumpkin Zerg in the top left. Let's see. Who's got the hotness? Who's got the good stuff here? It's going to be TVZ, and I'm interested in the outcome of this one. We have 4 replays here. I think there might be like Cannoli versus Newt twice and Cannoli versus Ramen twice, but we'll find out together. There's going to be a stockade coming, so Newt is going to go bio, and Cannoli is going to go ahead and make a Kagrin. Let me just briefly take a look at some of the changes here. Okay, interesting. I want to say that this might be before some adjustments to the Agrolith, so we might get to see some really silly Agrolith matches. This is Martyr's Ground, a map by the Shambler. We'll be evaluating it over the course of these 4 games to see if it is a fun time. I've also seen this map like way back when there was like a random tree in the middle of the terrain of the main base, and now there's a bush instead, which does block pathing, by the way. So, it blocks buildability, I mean. So I like that Shambler decided to change that. It blocks 1 less tile of buildability, or 2 less tiles. Stimmed Maverick is going to go ahead and give chase to Cannoli's Droleth. Forces out 2 stims, not bad. And here it is, lads. The first time we see Agroliths made in in a 1v1. So that guy turns into your structures and then pops back out afterwards. So that's why he went for it. This is before it was made to require a pool. So this is probably like one of the cases where we can see some of the Imba. I can't believe he's using a Droleth on the ramp. Like, I don't know what this is. I guess he scouts the enemy and then falls back and makes a Kagrin or something. Now, big problem I can see here is that Newt might not know it was an Agrolith, right? So it's going to pop out and maul his Maverick. It's not a great combatant, but it's not bad. Yeah, not quite, buddy. So what's he going to do? He's got a lot of Mavs. He's got a Vestry. He's going to probably go out with some Clerics. Probably good to go for like a bunch of Cyprians in this case as well. He's got the Vespene for it. And he also could go for a drop. Like, Cannoli's army is not going to do anything here right now. It looks like he's going to go ahead and expand with it. Hey, I mean, you know, as a Hive Defender type unit or something, it kind of is pretty neat. I like it better than the StarCraft 2 Queen, at least. He goes straight for the Calcure Lake, so this is probably going to be a Lyra rush. Nuke gonna go ahead and play macro. Honorable. He's going for triple Shaman. That can help out a lot versus the bounces of the Lyralisks. Let's see if he can actually defeat what Cannoli is going for. One of the parts of this map I actually think are pretty interesting is the fact that it has these like 2 ramps that you can try to control. I think that is the only sane pathway into... Yeah, the other pathways are super long. It feels like a very big map, so it's kind of interesting there. He's going to have to cancel his Lyralisks on the front lines. So Newt hitting at a pretty reasonable time. 2 quads just kind of slowing reinforcements. Not really the end of the world, but that's pretty good for Cannoli. He will end up losing them at the end of the day, but all right. Oh, I think another thing I ended up doing at some point was it had more armor before, so... Yeah, let's just say the Mavericks here are going to annihilate it. Blowing the Shamans to heal even further. Stim no longer costs much of anything. Armor rended, the Agrolith pops. And the hatch is gone as well. Not too bad at all, not too shabby. Oh, the Lyrilisks weren't even on an attack move. The quads left over are going to be enough to overwhelm this position, but that was really, really effective as an attack. And Cannoli even started panic building some Rilla Row cores just in case, you know? Shamans are going to get smashed. They probably wouldn't have escaped even if they had evacuated in the middle of that. But that was a lot of money gone. That's 300 of each resource gone, by the way. That's halfway to an Atlas. Just to put that into perspective. Newt making an Antseal. I think he's expecting a Zorka Shroud follow-up. But now Cannoli has to make another Agrolith if he wants to build with them. Hey, what's up, Boris? Yeah, the Shamans are kind of like a heal bus, aren't they? Got about 10 quads in the front line. Plenty more Mavericks where that came from. And Newt is well ahead in terms of mining efficiency. But Cannoli has a pretty reasonable worker count to transfer down once that hatch finishes up. He is making more quads, but honestly, his army is very, very weak. And Newt could probably just move out from this position. A lot of money in the bank for Cannoli. We'll see what he wants to tech into as he starts to saturate his extra resources. I don't think I like this mineral formation. This resource alignment is not it for me. Main looks okay, but this is wonk. Wonk and whack. Workers are going to go all over the place trying to be efficient there. 2 quads on the ramps. Minimalist sort of scouting force. Lyrilisks have arrived in more force than before. And still plenty of money for Cannoli. He's not really spending it very well, but I guess that is his specialty. So there's going to be a lot of extra Hurricans out, and we did get to a couple more Shamans. Capping the ridges over here for Newt. Temporarily cutting into his Vespine income, but see what he wants to spend it on. Antseal's flying over. Army looks okay for Cannoli, but I don't think it'll beat what Newt has. Let's see if I'm wrong about that. I have noticed that sometimes Newt is a little bit slow at stimming. That could end up being impactful here. He pre-stimmed a single Maverick. So never mind. He'll show me. I'll stim 1 Maverick. And Cannoli is kind of getting the runaround over here. I do like that Newt is pushing in. He's trying to run over here before Cannoli can mass up his army. And so now he's going to run through the fire. Just in terms of getting over here. The Antseal's stacking in one spot. The Bio Army's not well A-moved. Antseals are slowly starting to lose their shields, but that was a lot of dead Zerg. Most of the Lyrilisks did get out, and we have Calculisks mutating on either side of this little gate here. And where's the reaction? Obviously, the Antseals are going to have all their energy drained almost immediately. They cycle back trying to get healed by the Shamans. They deploy a little bit late, but this still looks pretty reasonable for Newt so far. Oh, he's not really going to have the firepower versus air, I think. Yeah, that's where he's starting to fall down. I think, honestly, if he had isolated the army on this side, that would have been one thing. But instead, he kind of played right into what Cannoli was trying to do. Now, again, Cannoli has a ridiculous amount of extra money. So he's going to go ahead and try to expand towards 9 o'clock. The Bioforce has not been used super cost efficiently. Got a lot more Mavericks coming. Valkyrie's on the way, which brings a tear to my eye. I think Valks are pretty good in situations where you're facing a lot of units like Nathracors and Calculisks, but I say I think. I can't be confident in that. Not entirely sure just yet. The Watchdogs make sense as well to try to prevent a fly-in. We already have some Calculisks massing up towards 6 o'clock trying to see if they can't wrap back in. And there it is, 9 o'clock on location, guarding 3, making sure no extra bases there. I love the random Tensender. At what point would this ever come in handy? I don't know. Atlas is finished. What is Newt going to do now? Making a lot of clerics. Starports. What does he want to do with the starport? Wyvern? Wyvern could be really good versus the ground army, but he still needs to do something versus the air. I guess if he gets sufficient quantities of Valkyrie. He's only got one star pad making them, though, so it does feel a little bit under strength there. What's going on, Adam? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I feel like we're going to get to a critical mass of calcs pretty soon if because 11 of them are about to pop. And Newt is making Cyprians, which I really respect. I think that's a great choice. He is very vulnerable to air attacks after scouting the calcs. And he's not really scouting on the map elsewhere. He's got ant seals he could fly around. The Valks themselves could try to fly around. So the ground army is going to distract, but the Cyprians really needed to be inside the main base, and they are not. So the starport finishes at the very least, and the Watchdog is going to be focused down, but he's got to respect the ground push as well. And the Valkyrie doesn't fly in, so he's only got 2 Valks over here. We'll keep tabs on the Calculus HP amount. Oh my god, it's a massacre of the workers. I think this is also before the Valk buff with their weapon range, yeah. Not quite sure. Yeah, they're softening them up now. Unfortunately, it's after all the Masons got massacred, so it triggers an all-in attack. Newt needs to push forward. We got Lake is morphing. There is still... No, there's not ant seals. Okay, that's a critical thing here, is that the detection is gone. He's making his Masons back again. He's got so many resources tied up in there. Lots of static defense, lots more Lyrilisks. He needs to arrive now with the stims. And there's the ant seals. Okay, we did find them. They're going to be important in clearing out the Lake is. Valks are also here in case there's any more anti-air, but that's definitely not coming. First Lake is arriving. The Lyrilisks finish up. They can try to focus down the ant seals anytime they want to. Yeah, I think this is just a massacre here. Newt has been outmaneuvered, shall we say. I don't know why he made the Cyprians, which would have been a great choice versus the air stack before. But, like, he did that knowing that the air was there. Didn't really scout. His ministry's been off-center this whole game as well at the natural, which hasn't helped his economy. And I know he's got tier 2. He's not technically dead yet. I think in this point, you definitely move the Valkyries in different locations. This base is naked. He could punish that really heavily, but he's not going to just yet. In fact, thinking about the long game, if he shuts down 9 o'clock, he has a chance in this game, albeit slim, because of the fact that he has tier 2. And so you can definitely make a lot of that used, but he never scouted until just now, right? Ah, so close to getting another worker kill. It only took all the Masons to make Valkyries look useful. Yeah. Well, they're going to come back in for seconds. I think any worker damage at this point is intolerable for sure. And it looks like they just... I like when Newt is like... Or later on, he mentioned that Valk suck. And I was wondering what the context was, but he was actually talking about versus Protoss. Oh no, he was talking about versus Arcade Cores. Never mind. So that's not really where they would supposedly excel anyway. But I do find it really funny that the use case I've seen them in so far, right time, but maybe not the greatest execution. It's a good time to bring them out. Yeah, keeping this third base up this whole time, affording all these Lakes and Zoryus. I guess Cannoli might actually be Quasman. Seraph drops in a Radiate. He's making another one. You know, Seraphs are pretty neat. Honestly, though, I wouldn't mind, like, Seraph Azazel. Like, a couple of Azazels to dematrix your ant seals would probably go very, very nicely. I feel like this is a temporary annoyance, but hey, at least he can irradiate the worker line. Yeah, shut down mining real quick. Not bad. What's up, Vilius? Welcome to the chat. "20 Nathracores, the new Scourge." Oh man, that's evil. Cannoli actually doesn't have that many workers. Newt's about to eclipse him in worker count. Oh no! He tried to irradiate himself. And it did work, I guess, but the Naths will stay alive narrowly. Well, we are going to get that Ulgorg finished up back at home. So we are going to see some Ultra Cores come out. This does force the Lakers back and allow maybe the Bio Army to have a look in. I think this is kind of weird that Newt is in a position like this, where this is what he needs to do. Eesh. Okay, good irradiate. He's still keeping things going. We've got some clerics as well to help heal up the units that have taken some splash. Once the surround comes in, though, it doesn't really seem like... I just can't imagine Newt staying alive. He's going to stack up some attack speed back at home. Is he going to start pulling away? I mean, his ground army is under attack. His Seraphs are not getting their casts off. That's a big whiff. He could have had multiple irradiates in the middle of this fight, but I don't know that it would have mattered as he disengaged in the middle of it all. Ah, jeez. The full total surround, and Newt is down to his last unit, a Seraph. Hey, that's really good value. I don't think Mavs are tit. No, I think they're all men in Cosmonarchy, but that's okay. That's a wrap on that. And would you know it, GG. Cannoli will take the game. Not what I expected, but that's just how it is sometimes. All right, we get to see the next game in this series. Now I'm locked in. You know, I'm trying to figure this one out. It's going to be Top Ramen checking it out here now. So we'll quickly change our overlay and then get into that game. Prediction is up on Twitch, and we do indeed have Top Ramen in the bottom right. He is our Snow Terran. And Cannoli on the top left is our Pumpkin Zerg. Stockade on the way. This is, again, pre-Agrolith nerf, but I don't know that the early game was so significant. That game looked surprisingly like Newt had good movement with his army, just trying to mass up a lot of Mavericks. And then even when he saw the Calculusks with his, I think, second attack, you can call it, which had potential to do a lot of damage, but his army movement wasn't great from his forward positioning into his aggressive push into the natural. Like, there's a lot of things that go into that, but when you see the Calcs and you start massing up, you know, Cyprians and Valkyries in response, well, massing is a strong word. He made 7 Cyprians, he made 2-3 Valks. Good ideas all around, but he didn't pre-position them, and he definitely didn't pre-position them in the context of like, oh, he could fly into my main. Made static defense in the natural, and a little bit like one watchdog in the mineral line of the main base, but you definitely want that more on the extremity, I think. That's right, the Agrolith now requires a Quaseth pool before you can make it. So, pretty basic, pretty bare bones, pretty small. People are still using it from what I've been told, but I haven't seen too many modern, like, freshly played games yet. Ramen seeing what's going on. Now, Ramen, I haven't seen too many games of him in the modern era either. I still have to cast his ZVTs versus Newt if we get to it. It's before the Agrolith, so I guess more classical style. Pretty interesting to see some of this stuff go on, though. Larvos kidding. Pool will finish up, And there comes the Agrolith. What will I build next? I do feel like this is dangerous, but maybe not versus Bio. Versus Mech Terran, Cyclops can just kill all of these in one go if there's like a block of them because of the splash damage. Ramen gonna go ahead and grab his expansion pretty soon. Dog says he's got a whole set of TVZ versus Ramen where he went fast Agrolith. Can you give me your not spoiler idea of the games? Do you think they show whether Agrolith is a problem or not? Do you think they were good games and should make a good cast? Any impressions there? You let me know. The Agrolith is going to be leading the charge here, which is really funny to me. And it looks like Ramen's preemptively going to try to bypass that army and go straight for the main base, which I actually think there's a real chance that he can do that. I mean, remember, back at home, you know, he's got more Maverick production. He can see what he can do there. He's got 2 clerics with him, stimming right past. He does need to worry about this counter push, though. Like, Quas are pretty deadly, but maybe he can just mind the ramp. Oh. Oh, no. Ramen. Ramen, what are you doing, Ramen? No, just attack, Ramen. There's nothing here, Ramen. Oh, Ramen. No. All right, well, he's going to try to boost his armor a little bit. Not that it'll matter versus the 1 armor pen on the Quas. Kind of coming in at a discombobulated attack. I guess he just wants to bisect the army. This doesn't really feel like it's worth it. Canoli's floating a ridiculous amount of money, but if he wasn't, then this would just be a successful, like, I could have died there, but instead I made you move your army all the way back across the map. So, yeah, Vilius, if you weren't aware already, Canoli is kind of legendary for not having any of his money spent ever. So, I mean, his APM tells a story, right? So there it is, fast calc here. Gonna go straight after the Lyrilisks. I think this is before Lyrilusk, the Calcure Lake got an increase of 100 Vespene, which actually, the 100 Vespene that it takes to make the Agrolith is kind of in the same boat, right? It's like, hot damn, how am I gonna afford all that? The 1 Maverick up the ramp makes a lot of sense. It could have given him a win earlier, by the way, but you know. Nah, better late than never. And now he's gonna abandon it. Leaving a couple Mavs there from the rally. Haha, classic Canoli. What's up, Noitrin? Alright, it looks like we might be going for a mech switch. You can't build there! There's a bush! Oh, you can build there. Is the bush just a sprite? What the fuck is it, then? I'm so confused by that bush. Well, he got his Agrolith back home, so I guess he can make the hatch free of charge. 4 Cyprians being made. Gonna need to micro that Maverick. Oh. They were scared of him. It's deadly. It's a bonsai? Oh, okay. Weeb's out! Definitely remove the bush now. What's up, AG Tangra? Hey, man, if you're really looking for those videos, well, you can find them on the channel. They're up. They've been up for 2 days now. Can you believe that? But also, we need to stack them fat stacks. You know how it is. Cockets are so good against Bio. One of my games, Grass, he was down 20 workers, but just doom dropped them into my base. Do you talking about the Lyrilusk? This guy? Well, Green Eggs, I'm also uploading VODs that I've cut into individual matches. So, people might not be getting notifications for those anymore. I don't know, but that is a thing I've been doing. I released one at 8:30 yesterday. It was Boneth versus Zeki. And at 8:30 in the morning Eastern Time today, I released him again. Another one again. It was Neblime Jack. And we've got videos coming every single day until Sunday, when I'll do another round and get them every single day again. So, such is the way of things. Couple madrigals coming out. I think that's pretty good insurance against the Calculisks, actually. I didn't recognize he had gone for the Palladium add-on. Add a couple of anti-air. Very good macro from Ramen, as expected. Vulture dives in and sees the complexion of the army, scouts a couple of calcs. So I think at this point with Ramen scouting the army at home, he should feel somewhat free to develop his economy as he wants to, his tech as he wants to, or, of course, go out on the offensive. But it looks like right now he's going to play a little bit more on the defensive. The ball is in Cannoli's court, apparently. I don't always like when players do this versus Cannoli. I have this sneaking suspicion that Cannoli will just greed and then run people over with a surprise attack or whatever. Like, he's got good strategy, he doesn't necessarily drill out the mechanics side of the game, right? All right, big attack going to come in here pretty soon. The Madrigal's ready to shoot down those Calculisks if they dare to strike near. Although they could probably benefit from being healed by the Clerics. It looks like that's not going to happen. The Mavericks are stimming. But really, really good way to neutralize the Cyprian splash damage there by spreading. Maybe those Madrigals should have been deployed instead. Help out versus the ground army that ended up being way more consequential. That fight was really, really good for neutralizing line trace damage, so the Calculisks didn't get much done, but the Cyprians didn't either. And the Madrigals were busy trying to deal with that as Ramen was transitioning into some treasuries. But does he even have the quarry add-on? No, he's only going to build it now. And he's going to hope that he can hold out. The Watchdogs should actually stop those minimal amounts of calcs from doing much. And the Deploy Madrigal really cleaning up versus the ground now. You can see that. Yeah, that's pretty solid on the hold. He's now going to stim after these small numbers of units. Lobotomy Mine slowing down the Quas. Pretty inconsequential to kill Quas themselves, but if they used to be Lyrilisks, it's pretty consequential. Oh, this is also before Lyrilisks themselves received a price hike a little bit, so. This is actually free a lot of stuff from a few days back. So the workers got saved, and we were getting a lot of Taluses out. Not sure I like that versus the... You know, when you're a Talos and you're entering into airspace over a battle that's had a lot of Lyrilisks in it, you must be really concerned. Like, what about their orbital spores? A lot of Nathacors just finished up, and Cannoli still has a ridiculous amount of afloat. No third base coming for him just yet. Meanwhile, Treasury has landed, and we're starting to get it saturated over there as well. The Cestus behind the mineral line, as I think Villius pointed out, that is some funny stuff. I haven't seen that before. Boost the armor of the Masons, you know? But also of your Watchdogs. Kind of good. Now, this many air units, I actually would be a little bit more concerned about the Madrigals. Oh, no, they're going to face tank. Oh, no, Ramen. Oh, he just walked right up there. Totally avoidable death. And just lost 3 Madrigals. Like, those are tech units, guys. Those are technical units that you want to... You know, you can get a lot of them, but ideally you keep the ones that you have alive or get something out of them. So now he's got to build his Cestus on the front. This is probably very familiar to Ramen. He's lost many a game to Swarmlord on this map. And a lot of the times he was trying Cestus at the front to see if he could keep himself alive. Well, with 16 Lyrilisks hunting down towards 3 o'clock, they're not going to find anything. The third base is up for all of our players here. Both of them, all 2. More Madrigals on the way to replace the ones that have been lost. The Rocket's trying to frontal tank a little bit. Phalanxes shoo them away. Many more calcs where that came from. Honestly, this is the weaker of the 2 positions, but we have no air units to scout. Not even a lifted treasury or anything of the sort, which I feel like would be an underrated addition here. We do have a star pad making Trojans, so it looks like we will see some drops. A stimmed Maverick tries to run up the ramp. The more of them just looking for map control, seeing what's going on here. Looks like he's actually bisecting some of these Lyrilisks off to the side, so those are likely to die. Certainly getting peppered on the way out. Meanwhile, this army has gone on down, and, well, we have some Madrigals, so you still got to be careful here. The clump up is going to do so much splash damage. Harakan's just soaking up some of the damage of the Calculusks. They do reduce it, actually. So the Calculusks here are not really the most cost efficient. They will kill some Masons, though. Ramen is still ahead in terms of worker count. I was about to say he could lose every single worker here and still be ahead in terms of worker count. 3 more Madrigals finishing just in time to punish the 16 Calcs that are still loose inside the base. Trojan could get sniped out. Now we're going to see a little bit of a deficit, but no, instead he's just going to try to leave with as many as he can. Yeah, that's a pretty crushing loss of those units, and we have 6 Harakans earmarked for, I think, the 3rd base here. They'll kill Ahmed eventually. There you go. Got a little help. So Ramen can go out on the map now. He's kind of relieved the pressure. The Lyrilisks alone aren't going to be able to do enough. There's a lot more money where Cannoli, could have been spending and investing on more units. Now he's got a horde of Lyra. Is that going to be enough for him, though? I'd posit that the answer could very well be yes, but we do need to see what Ramen wants to do with his army on the map. If he deploys the Phalanxes and keeps them alive long enough. Oh, I see. That's kind of cute. If he dropped like 2 Mavs with this, he could have maybe killed that. Didn't really go after the workers, but he did force a big transfer down, it looks like. Trojan doesn't get out, unfortunately. Easier to do your drops if that gal stays alive. The drop onto the natural as the 3rd base gets attacked is pretty interesting. The Lyrilisks are all kind of clouded up over there on the side. So the fact that Ramen is in this position could be really good. But once again, familiar sight. He actually deploys as the first attacks are already coming in. Where are his Phalanxes focused on? Looks like the Lyrilisks, but is it going to be enough? This flank is completely fine, but it's really where all the Lyrilisks are coming in from that's the big problem. And his mech army is just going to be toast after the bio falls. That does feel like a really big wipe. He doesn't even go after the natural. He unloaded in the main base. I don't know if he was trying to go after the Zorkas before it finished or what, but it has finished. He never reset his 3rd base. Instead, he expanded somewhere else. And, well, I think we might be seeing Cannoli winning again, honestly. The onslaught of Lyrilisks. It is unending. And Cannoli still has more money in the bank. So, maybe Ramen got a little too fancy. Radical idea. Unnerf the Madrigal. I don't know. I feel like what Cannoli did in this stage of the game is probably pretty fine, but the big concern I would have is like... So we haven't really seen Calculusks too much since Cannoli's games recently. He started to use them a little bit more. And Ramen's got the Madrigals, and he's trying to do stuff with his Harakans, and they are getting shredded. But they, denied some mining, and the problem is you could shut down Cannoli's base now, kill every worker, and he still has so much money, it doesn't matter. But I'm trying to think, like, 7 Shamans being made, what the hell? That's 700 of each resource. More treasuries. I agree, Vilius. Cannoli should go tier 2. But will he? I think he's making a statement. He's owning top Terran players with tier 1 only. Oh, he does force a cancel, and the kills the Drolith as well. It's not too bad. Ramen trying a different approach. Yeah, unfortunately he doesn't have enough Madrigals to make this matter. The Shaman count is wild, but I don't think it's going to quite be enough. GG is going to be called as the oppressive horde of Cannoli Zerg takes another victim, exacts its revenge. All those times that Ramen smashed Cannoli, and now the shoe is on the other foot. All right, I think I heard that they alternate, so our next game should actually be Newt versus Cannoli. Let's see if we are going to the right instinct there. It is. Okay, perfect. Cannoli in the bottom right. Our Zerg champion, the people's champion, he is our pumpkin Zerg, and he will go Agrolith first again, probably, like in the last game. Now in the top left, we have the blue Terran Newt. Fresh off of watching Top Ramen almost win. We'll see if that is indeed the case. We'll go ahead and update our overlay to respect Newt's name. Sometimes you say put some respect on the name. Other times you say put some name on the respect, or something like that. Gonna go ahead and go Stockade. Hash. Should we restart? Somebody didn't update to the Agrolith cost. It was probably... I guess it was probably 3Crow in this case, because he's the only one who wasn't here earlier. Once Cannoli produces at the same time as he does army moves, it's all over for the competitive scene. Most players have to calibrate themselves to Cannoli before they can win. 3Crow was ID 3, and so he must leave. That's too many threes, dude. Bye, 3Crow. Classic. Oh shit, Smarty Cakes has marked his return from retirement. We'll see some Smarty replays soon. So the pool is coming. The bio is coming. I actually really liked the Madrigals. I feel like if they were deployed in that first fight, it would have changed some things. But the Lyrilisc Onslaught was pretty high. It's already a bit different now because they cost more on the modern version of the game, but you know how it is, guys. We're always making changes. We're always making tweaks. We're always thinking about things. Full scout from Newt. He's even going to try to stim after one worker. And, well, he doesn't... Oh! Cannoli gave it to him. That's a wrap. Can't stim no more. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, shit! The Maverick radios to the General. Hey, how long till the star pad's operational? The General. My vestry will finish soon. Oh, shit! And then that's it. The end of transmission. Fucking annihilated. When was Smarty retired? I think he just meant that he was taking a break because he had to do work stuff or whatever. I don't know, though. I like the idea that he retired for 1 week. Wait, what if Mavs could stim at 5 HP? I don't know. You want... I guess... It's, you stim, and then... Dude, wait. Is this just wrong? Does Newt just, like, have a fetish for this? He says he has a Wraith fetish. His self-described, self-admitted Wraith fetish. But what about, like, misplacing Ministry? Because that's apparently something he does. I love Cannoli trying to provoke Newt with the aggro. All right, the star pad's coming up. They'll recover that dude's corpse if the Zerg don't eat it first. Self-destruct Mavs. Nah. Newt! It's down here. The mud is down here to indicate where you should build it. It's really helpful. Well, he's just going to stim after that guy. You've mocked me for the last time, Agrolith. Build record dog, damn. Oh, no! Oh! What? When you see the enemy and you have to run through them in order to get past them. Hi. Something about this match is just inherently funny to me. I don't really know why. That is fucked up. All right, fast Palladium. Newt also wants Phalanx or maybe Madrigal. Anseal going to go ahead and go for a scout. I already like this better. We've got the Nathricors coming out. He can scout that the Calculisks are coming. He can try those Madrigals. I would love a second Fulcrum, but, you know, he's still establishing his natural. And Cannoli is doing this tech rush on one base, so there is room here to play. He's going to need to stop making military units pretty soon in order to saturate his extra base. So if Newt wants to move out with that timing in mind, he can definitely make that happen. Now, the Nathricors are going to catch up to this Anseal, which I guess is a occupational hazard. See ya. Can't escape once they catch you. And they do move faster than the Anseal, so can't escape. Gonna go ahead and add some Watchdogs, make another Anseal. His healing of choice is going to be Cleric, which doesn't suck. Again, we don't have any Cyprians, we don't have any Savants or anything, so brawling with the ground army is going to come down to how they use the Phalanx and Madrigal. In fact, Newt not really going for the Madrigal right now, just the Phalanx. And the army starting to move across the map here for Cannoli as he adds a Khaz'trith and Kagr. Okay. Preemptive Khaz'trith is pretty ballsy. Frontline Lyrilisks. Cannoli doing a better job of spending his money in this game so far. We'll see if that holds. I know he's got a bit of a gas float, but whatever. Fast tier 2 for Newt. Okay. Adding another Watchdog to the main base. I like it. Also to the natural, kind of at the same time. Just producing Phalanx. I guess if you get to a certain number of Phalanx, the Lyrilisks can't do anything, right? Like, a valid strategy against what Cannoli might be doing, or what Cannoli is doing, might be to just try to turtle up to a point where you're on 2 base, and you've got your unkillable Phalanx stack with Bio to flush it out. And the only way you can really contest that as Zerg is you need to invest into, like, Zork's tech. You can't really do that with just Pool. Even the Apex strains can't really do that. Cannoli currently setting up more static defense. He's going to try to do a counter push. This is kind of what I was worried about. Like, Newt doesn't really, you know, kind of scope through the map. So we are going to get into a sort of base race. Like, there's not really any units being made back here. It's just going to be 16 Quas. If they turn into Lyra, that might be a bit of a different story. But Newt needs to pull the trigger and commit to it, right? His Phalanx across the map is going to scout what's happening. And he can try to hold on back at home, but obviously there's a lot of units here. So this might be base race territory where Cannoli just wins based on that. Evacuated back up to the front, which I like, yeah, and we got Valkyries coming for the anti-air. The ground is scary, and he did lose a Phalanx earlier. The Ministry might actually be able to get out. We need to get the focus on. The Phalanx have to be able to deal with these circuits eventually, while Lyrilisks are being made. 16 of them just got started. Phalanx on the high ground up here. Masons pulled from the natural. The Valkyries are not actually that useful right here, thanks to the fact that the Calculists were mostly already dead. So now we pull the trigger on the attack, but there's still 3 enhanced circuits powering away. The Phalanxes are powering as much as they can, but all the Hurricanes are gone, basically. So we don't actually have a front line as the Lyrilisks come out. An exciting sort of endgame scenario here, but Newt's already been broken open. He's on rally units. He's forced Cannoli to think about firing back, and look at the Phalanxes doing work. Now they're going to try to be focused down. The Anseals need to cover onto them. This is not looking too good for Newt's standing army over here, but at the very least he's forced the enemy back. But no, I guess not quite. And GG is called. Base race not going to work out for him. And I do think that he was in a position of power had he not moved out. So that's a little unfortunate. I was expecting just a little bit better from like the awareness of worrying about what's coming on. That would be nice to see. Top Ramen's going to take to the stage next for our last TVZ between these 3 players, and then I think we'll be good to go on the next round. Whatever replays we decide to cast next. We still have time to do so, I believe, so that'll be fun. Yep, it is going to be Ramen again. Let's take a look. Ramen is going to be our black Terran, jet black Terran, in fact, in the top left, and Cannoli in the bottom right is our pumpkin Zerg. So we had cross spawns for like both spawn configurations for both matchups. That's pretty neat. So far, it has been a tough time for the Terrans in this matchup, but I have it on pretty good authority that not all Zergs are finding the same level of success. And also, this is an old patch where Zerg was a bit stronger, so a little bit more going on there. It's all because of that dancing Agrolith. Yeah, it's true. It did kind of Agrolith, actually. He comes out and immediately makes a Kagren. We got the 2 stockade start for Ramen, similar to the game that we just watched earlier. And it will be a fast vestry before even making more than 1 Maverick. Agrolith does not build faster. It just doesn't consume your worker. So you pay 150 minerals and 100 gas and require a pool now, so that's a little bit of a change to what we're seeing in these games. And in exchange, you don't consume a worker every time you make a structure. I was actually thinking about making them build slower because of the fact that you don't consume a worker, but I decided to keep it even for now, and we'll just see what's up. That's a balance lever I'm a little bit loath to pull because inconsistent build times are always a little bit tricky to get right. And it just messes with your muscle memory and stuff. Maverick going to continue microing. This reminds me of Ramen's Vulture micro. Similar. Definitely disrupting a little bit of mining. Oh, he actually gets a kill, too. Pretty solid. Already a little bit better than before. The Agrolith is out. You got to watch out. That sucker zones him away. But hey, this Maverick doesn't need a star pad to evacuate. He's good. Got clerics back at home waiting to patch him up as well. Ramen going to go for his ministry at his natural, of course, on location, as he doesn't have anything to worry about pressure-wise. And it looks like Cannoli is going to be switching into his classical move. Capping his ridge on 1 base. Small bio move out. Not so many quas. This should be pretty good pressure, actually. Getting up to a very heavy amount of larva production early on. Oh, no, our hero. Our hero, no! Oh, he didn't link up with the clerics. So the move out is spotted. 2 quas immediately going down. What's the reaction? 5 quas pairs immediately start, canceling out the workers, and Cannoli's going to start a Kagrant as well. He's like, wait, I don't need that. I have the Agrolith. My concern with this, guys, is that the Agrolith could just get killed. Like, he's not here to help the defense, right, while he's building stuff. So, not sure about that one. Looks like he will finish up in the Quas will as well. So, missing the opportunity. Going to come in, try his best to get the stim going. Maybe he can kill the Agrolith. That's a pretty pricey pick there. And he could have also attacked the Circuit, but he didn't know when it was going to finish. Adding more stockades where that came from. Just barely missing out on an opportunity to really get some good damage. But certainly applying the most early game pressure that we've seen versus Cannoli yet. And, well, last game he spent his money very well comparatively. This game, not so much at all. Now, one of the clerics went down, and in fact, another one's going to go down. Abandoned. Now the rest of the Mavericks have to turn. I would love for them to actually, like, stim and then take a fighting retreat, so to speak. But he doesn't want to spend the stim just yet. Oh, he's going to go for Savants, I'm assuming. I don't think Eidolons would help out too much. Back at home, 12 workers. Yeah, Cannoli's in a bit of a shambles here. He's going to drop his Shroud. This is something that you wouldn't be able to do now because the pond is more expensive. Bio's out. We do have 6 clerics, so they have been replenished. And we are going to see some savants in the early stages of the game. Yeah, I feel like more generalized splash damage instead of the line trace is really good versus the Lyrilisks. That's why Phalanxes are doing really well. I think Madrigals would do pretty good as well. You just need to be able to protect the Phalanx in the process. That can be a bit tricky. Only making a couple of Lyrilisks right about now. Can only looking pretty weak compared to what Ramen's got, but will Ramen move out in time? Adding some Hurricans does make some sense. Double star pad. Is this going to be for Anseal, I wonder? Or is he worried a little bit about the calc transition? I don't know. I feel like when your opponent is on pool units for a really long time and you're not pressuring them, it does feel like a mistake. There's a window of opportunity, but it does feel like it's closing. If the star pad starts making Valkyries preemptively, that's going to suck for Ramen because there's no air coming. It's just Lakers. Yeah, he's adding his Cestus and Watchdogs thinking it's going to be the air play, but it's not. Cannoli's changing up his style. And he's been allowed to just freely make his natural and saturate it. Even though, again, the army was super weak compared to what Ramen had. So, missed out timing. He's making double Anseal instead of double Valk. So, at the very least, he can scout with those and see what's up and detect the Lakers. So, kind of takes the teeth out of Cannoli's attack a little bit there. Although the Lyrilisks can attack the Anseals and try to threaten them. I don't think that they're currently in enough number to kill them. Especially 2 of them stacked up in the same spot, but we'll see what happens. Sieve at the natural. Maverick scouting 9 o'clock. Just seeing if there's a scout there, I guess. They're crossing like ships in the night, just like that Newt game that we just saw. Are we going to see a repeat of that? Is that what's about to happen? The Maverick comes in and sees, okay, now he goes back the other way. And look, he's going to catch Vorvicor's morphing, abandoning a lot of the army here as the Vorvs are starting to turn in. He's going to go for the attack. See if he can pick the Lakers. Splash damage working out pretty nicely. Only 1 Lake is burrowing, not being focused down right now by Ramen, but eventually it will die just to some incidental fire. And the Lyrilisks are pretty close to crumbling. Cannoli's got to be very careful with this army. Movement not necessarily guaranteed. There's a Lake is burrowed under the tree. And it looks like the Lyrilisks have taken out the detection, so that will work out well for Cannoli. But it doesn't really feel like he's going to be able to just gun through this. Especially with the flank coming in. He has to be careful. Sometimes you move a little too fast for your own good, you know? Your Lyrilisks diving in, you're like, oh, I can go everywhere. And then you just take 1 or 2 too many steps. Unfortunately, 3 Savants are offered up for free. I think they got 1 Quaz or something. 3rd Ministry started for Ramen. How is he going to expand on this map and actually take a safe base? I guess he could try over here because of the choke. His Bio Ball starting to grow with Savants. Very small amount of units for Cannoli, and now the air switch is coming in, but remember the anti-air is already on the way, or has already been made. Cestus in the worker lines, and the Watchdog. Not alone is it going to be enough, but I think it could work out pretty well. I'm also working, Godwheat. This is my work. And you pay me at streamlabs.com/Pernigo. Anseal revealing up the ramp, allowing just a little bit more action here. Clerics will keep them healed up as well. 6 o'clock going to be the 3rd base of choice for Cannoli. His money is pretty low, actually. He spent pretty well. Got just a dozen calcs, not the most ferocious of fighters against the Savant stack. No, I didn't say that. I said you pay me. I did not say you're my boss. Very big difference. Distinction. Yeah, see? Neutron knows. Little spoiler for you guys, or not spoiler, but funny little side fact. Fun fact, Ultra used to go by Patron. Couple calcs being pulled out of position. I like the concave. There's a lot of Vorvs. Let's see if it matters. The trigger is pulled. Mavericks are not stimmed right now, but there's not so many of them anyway. And look at the... Oh, they dive right onto the Calculisks. they ball down the ant seals. I think that's going to be a little bit too much Zerg here. Yeah, really good surround, like preset already. And without being able to scout that out, Ramen loses a lot of his pressure. He's got to make 8 savants. He's already making them. Added those extra stockades. Slowly saturating up his third base. Has an economic edge right about now, but not a unit edge. There's 40 more units for Cannoli, and I think they're higher quality. Well, maybe not on average. Those 8 Calculisks are going to have to work through the savants back at home. Ministry lifts off. Masons will evacuate. Zones him away. Now tries to fight the front line. Ooh, getting pretty good connections with the Hurricanes, and we got some deployed savants up there, stacking up their attack speed. That's no joke. Sure, you're losing some Masons back at home, but if the ground army goes down here for Cannoli, he's going to end up needing a lot more money to invest back into that. Unfortunately for Ramen, he never did make another watchdog down here or anything, so losing out on the anti-air in the natural specifically. He's going to add one now, but he lost a lot of Masons. He's just going to land the Ministry and start adding more Masons. I think that makes sense. He cancels out what he had, and he's going to make a round of Clerics. Try to heal up his army. Keep him going. Cannoli setting up for the boss. 22 Lyrilisks on the way. He made a buttload of Quas. Set taking a 4th base. Only getting Vespine right now from the 6 o'clock position. Effectively still on 2 base. And a 8 Savant drop is earmarked for... Oh my god. Cannoli's already scouting ahead. Unless he pulls those units away, his Calcs are going to come in and see what they can do. Repairing and healing with the Cleric, trying their best to keep the Masons alive. But look what's happening. He does force the unload. Is Cannoli even going to notice that? Only 1 Savant going down, but they are a little bit bruised. He needs to load that back up immediately. Back at home, though, the natural has been cracked open. Ramen just not mining much right now. Yeah, the Lyra could just charge the front gates and it would be over, man. Savants do clear the Calcs. That's actually progress. Maybe I spoke a little bit too soon about charging the ramp. He needs to get big damage here with the Savants drop, and he has flown over the 3rd base, going after the natural. It is more saturated, I guess. Pretty good reaction time there from Cannoli. The Zets aren't going to do anything there. But he will just fly back over and start heckling the workers in here after shutting down that other base. He has no idea about 6 o'clock, but he's getting a lot of really good damage done. Trying to move out as well in the process. Maybe he can see what he can do there. He's distracting Cannoli, abusing the lack of response time there. Nothing happening at the natural right now. He shut down mining on multiple locations. Unfortunately, his Savant stack is going to get blown up in the middle of the map, and he doesn't have too much over here. No anchors or anything. Ends up clearing out the Zets at the natural, continuing to shut that place down. There are some reinforcements and static defense options over here, and that will actually finish the job. They'll get a couple unloads off, but they're not going to get any worker kills. Cannoli's tier 2 is going to finish popping just about now. Is 6 o'clock not really harvesting? Again, not harvesting it. He's got 1 base eco right now, but, you know, again, it's Cannoli. He's just gonna... He's like, that's fine. I don't need many more miners. I don't need more harvesters. It's good. Scanning over his army. If Ramen had reposted the anti-air, the airborne assault a little bit easier, I think his drops would have done a lot more damage. But we do get to see Savant drops in action, and we don't get to see that always. Clearing out one of the stacks over here. Cannoli not quite microing it. He's making 2 aggro lefts. All right. Stacking up the Savants. That's his goal now. See if he can get to the autogun stage, but there's more units pouring in. Is that just more mulch, more fodder? No, I think the answer is he's going to overwhelm him. Very cost-efficient trade for Ramen, but Cannoli doesn't need cost efficiency. He's got a bank. The Banking Institute, known as Cannoli, is making 8 Almaxilisks. He's took out a loan. A couple of things I noticed in this series of play. The bug fix so that the Lyrilisc bounces don't nuke ant seals actually is going to impact the matchup more than I thought. The bounce attack versus ground was bouncing to air, and it does way more damage to individual ant seals. So that will end up helping. Lyrilisks definitely are a little bit too affordable. And I'm glad that I made the change to make them more expensive. I didn't see this game, obviously, until now, so that's not really that magnificent. The idea of Savants having their attack speed steroid, but stealing from multiple units would super help versus Lyra specifically. And I'm glad that the Agrolith requires a pool. those are my observations. I still think Lyrilisks should probably have at least one less armor pen. They do have 2 armor pen versus ground. I think giving them 1 armor pen versus air and ground would probably be a nice compromise. That way they just have 1 armor pen as a general idea. Taking 1 armor pen, giving it to their anti-air. Wouldn't make a huge difference, but... Now, Shopkeeper Dog, when you say your win rate for Cannoli is higher, do you mean Cannoli wins more games versus you, or do you mean you win more games against Cannoli? Because the wording on there confused me. Not quite fully saturated, but good enough down here at 6 o'clock for the time being. It looks like that's where Ramen wants to arc off. You can see him trying to send a Mason to 12 o'clock, but there's 2 quads guarding it. Now he's going to try to stab it against some of the ground units. Cannoli's just kind of AFK. Again, you know, he's got a ridiculous bank. Once again, Ramen's actually got a lot himself, but he needs to use this Maverick to help out or something. Ah, more work you. Yeah, exactly. No, I win almost every game versus Cannoli. Oh, okay. It's kind of impressive to me that he's going to go for a unit that we never see. Fact the King, if he ever gets unbanned on Discord or whatever, he'll be happy to see this one. Algostalisk's on the way, guys. I bet you guys didn't know about the Algostalisk. Ironically, Savants in the deployed mode might own these, but I'm thinking they're going to just generally be a really good unit. It's an Apex Tier 2 strain. We'll see if he can make it happen. I think they're better versus capital ships, though, so Bio is like a good stylistic option against them, but the Lyralist count alone could have won this game earlier, so, you know, Cannoli's just taking his time with it. Actually, thinking about it, Cannoli doesn't usually throw a 1 game too often. I can think of, like, 1 ZVZ against Jack he did it in Throne Room stage of Acropolis 3. There's, like, 1 game where he was, like, not really far ahead, but he had an advantage, and he just waited around long enough that the superior macro player won. But Cannoli doesn't usually do this kind of thing, where he goes AFK mode. Cannoli deserves an Almac factional unit. Kennelisk. It just has a start location graphic for the portrait. I'm not really sure what it would do, but I'll think about it. All right, it's Savant, Cleric, and Seal. Let's see how long they can stack their move. T3? What? What? I don't know what he's saying. Oh, I think he's winning. He's owning! Oh my god, Ramen! He's got enough stacks! By the way, no micro is needed for that. Cannoli just kept attacking into it. What will Cannoli do next? Haha, classic Cannoli. I think Lucirocor is pretty good, right? Lucirocor. You would say it like that. Or Lucifilith. That could be a good one. I think you can make a solid Zerg unit name out of anything. Yeah, that's why. That's why it was noteworthy, you know. Unfortunately, I think the Savants have overstayed their welcome, guys. Sure, he shut down the expansion, but how is he ever going to get through all this? I can't believe it. Well, you can micro the LMAC a little bit more than the Evolution, so honestly, that doesn't really surprise me. But the Algaz will definitely be better at dealing with the infrastructure. It's just, it's supposed to be anti-capital, right? It's like, oh my god, my enemy's making a Star Sovereign, you know? Shambler Thalor. I guess it would be like Shambothalor. Key-Recore? Key-Recore would be. Well, there's almost no defense over here, so Ramen is definitely in trouble. He's adding starports, having gotten himself to tier 2 earlier. Despite the armor from the Cestus, the Ministry is dead. The Algaz confirms it. Oh my god, no! Cannoli! Oh, look at that. You lost an Algaz for your sins. Hey, little bro, I can't fight this guy. He's too small. And I'm too big. Well, you're the right size. Get him. Dramatized reaction. Cannoli with almost 4,000 minerals will re-expand to the 3 o'clock position. Dude, what is even... I haven't really... I kind of clocked out of this game when Ramen lost his whole army the first time. And now it's still going? Question mark? What's happening, guys? Does anybody know? I can't believe what's happening before our very eyes. Ramen's like, do you have a base here? No? Yeah, exactly, Ramen. That's kind of how I feel. Yet, it's still happening. I mean, you say that, but can only kill his army? Can only do it. He's trying to use the armor end and the attack speed slow. It's not really working, though. Or is it? Or is it? It is. The Algaztalisk reigns supreme. Azazel's just got made, too. How sad. And now Gorger cores are being added. Zorius are charging down the reinforcements while the air fleet descends. Wiping out the 9 o'clock. D-Matrix has been added. And a mobile Cestus at that. He's cheekily adding watchdogs up there. Oh, the spellcasters. You haven't seen it very much before, I'm guessing, dog. Ah, Zarkava cores are being made. Yeah, that's right. I did see the Zozark earlier. Yeah, it shoots several projectiles. Well, it shoots really fast, I should say. And the longer its projectile moves, the more armor pen it gets. So that's why it's anti-capital despite being 6 with no armor pen. Because it usually hits with like 4 armor pen. Well, Cannoli's trying to take his sweet time as he re-expands to this location. Or no, I guess he never took this base. That's the usual third. Classic Seraph. I think I saw an anvil being... Yeah. No! Yeah. Terran definitely feels very behind, but at least they've got a nuke coming. Ready? Oh my god. Honestly, the Seraph was MVP there. It rended all the armor, so the Savants just annihilated the units. If the Seraph had stayed alive, they could have also had done the same thing to the ground army, but it was not to be. The whole army cleaned up. Not much left here for Ramen. And still plenty left here for Cannoli. Oh, but he got the nuke off. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Moral victory, even though it's funny to say that about a nuclear missile. No, not the vestry. Ah, oh, so sad. GG is called. And that is a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. Cannoli owning Terrans is over. We've seen enough. We know what's going on. When does Seraph Azazel get moved to Starpad add-on? I feel like that would be really wild. Oh, we got a response from Skillless. I'll take a moment to answer him. Preferably never. Yeah, Arbuz might be onto something with that answer. He might be onto something. All right, double checking the time here. Oh yeah, look at that. We've actually gotten pretty far in for the casting stuff. Maybe we'll do one more game before the break, before the dev stream. We did have some of my time was a bit idle, actually, so trying to make sure I don't muck that about. Since Smarty Cakes has returned, I'm going to go ahead and cast an even older game from before the Agroleth was even a twinkle in anybody's eye. We're going to be casting a match between I Am the Wheat of God and Smarty Cakes. This should be good, said Rainer one time. CM feels hollow when Smarty is not playing. Smarty is playing. He is our Dark Bronze Zerg player in the bottom right. And I am the Weed of God in the top right is our Turquoise. No, Cyan. Cyan Terran. I almost never see Cyan on Terran, so it always makes me think it's a different color. Looks like we will be having a bio opener here for Godwheat. And Smarty is yet to determine what he wants to make. Looks like it will probably be a Larvosk in the pool. And we have Grass Eater with the name Otis. Doesn't send me messages in single player. Sorry, guys. I couldn't join in. Is it going to do a second stockade? It's very early, if so. Godwheat thinking about bio. This is Genesis Y. Is this the new version? Yes, it is. Got the bridge. Got the wider, like, bottom left, top left area. It's kind of interesting. Definitely a change. Oh, yeah, and the middle is like a low ground little choke point that you can go straight in. It's kind of interesting as well. I think I'm most skeptical of this change. It does change a lot about how you move through the map. Whereas previously, if you didn't want to go the way of the low ground here on the right, you had to go all the way up and then down. It's very, very different now. So we'll see how that changes. If you've never seen Genesis Y before, then don't worry. Just let everything I just said wash over you. Does not concern you. We actually have double Larvosk before pool, it looks like. So the early pressure from the Mavericks are on the way and definitely could be a problem here. Yeah, he's stemming Maverick straight out the stockade, so... Oh, the Circuit is here with the Rilla Rokors. It might be enough to pressure. I guess Godwheat could instead make an anchor or something, but he's going to order up some more Mavs. Second Larvosk pool. Maybe a treasury on the way, judging by the mineral count. And the Mason move-out time. Mason scouts out that the Circuit is there. You can dodge the last... you can dodge an attack from the Circuit if you step out of its vision range before the animation finishes. Which I think is a neat little nuance of the Circuit compared to other static defense. Alright, looks like instead of a treasury like I was predicting, it's actually going to be a ministry, just very late. Cut the workers, or not the workers, the Mavericks. The workers with the guns. That's what that got cut. Pool is done. Straight into the Vornath. Okay. He's just making Rilla Rokors with the spare larva while he waits for a little bit more. Is he just going to go bum rush to Calcure Lake? I could see that happening. Smarty's kind of crafty like that. Wouldn't suck to make some Ovilots for a transport. A drop on this map is always pretty scary. I feel like the way that I see Godwheat taking this is with a little bit of soft contain. Like, the Mavericks are just going to be shoved off by the first combat units that come down. And there's that fast lake I was talking about for Smarty. He's going to add the Star Pet, and he's just taking the expansion behind his pressure. Because he knows that he's denied an expansion for the Zerg for a really long time. A little bit of a preemptive stim. I wouldn't hate to test the ramp. You then see how many circuits were made. Kind of tells you that that this is a very heavy, kind of cheesy tech play, maybe an all-in play. You can intuit that when you see 3 circuits. You're like, oh, he's over-defending. He's on one base. He's committing to it. Trojan will scout it out, though. It's going to be a drop. And honestly, not bad. He keeps these 5 Mavericks alive. He can move up to defend and still take 8 Mavericks away for the drop. You know what I mean? He's making more stockades anyway for production, so this could work out really well. There's already an anti-drop circuit. The Rilla Rokors can stay alive on the Kagras, so You have to work a little bit harder with your drops, but you can still maybe go after these Larvosks. It just comes down to, like, as soon as you look at this base, what do you recognize? You got to recognize these as the vulnerable targets. Almost perfect timing here for Godweed's drop as he stims his surviving Mavericks away from the breakout, sees that the Lyrilisks have been made. He can drop right here and then go after the Larvosks, as I mentioned, but he doesn't know how many circuits are made and how many defenders there still are. So those Mavericks are going to get run down. I guess versus Lyrilusk, you actually probably want to move, like, over here. If you move up to this location instead of where it was made, that could be a very different story. The Lyrilusks have to chase, then you can cycle them back if they get ignored. Maybe use them as a rescout later. Mavericks in the front are going to get mulched. And the drop is in, but he's unloading right on top of a circuit. Did not scout, did not see what's happening. The Cestus is finished for extra armor. Gives the Mavericks a little bit more survivability, just a little bit. It looks like maybe a couple of really Rokors died, and then the circuit took some damage. But that was it for the drop, so not ideal. A Covenant, though. Godweed going to be going for the Savant. Okay, all right. He can continue making that anchor. Anseal starting. Trojan did get hunted down. Good play from Smarty with his army. And there it is, the anchor finishing up. The hatch expand done for Smarty. He's going to go after the... pretty fast saturation at this point, I would imagine, as his Hydrothin is starting. Yeah, I guess with the Mavericks in here, that's probably fine. I wouldn't mind putting 2 Savants in there instead. Anseal's over here just to scout out the 4 o'clock right about now, but he can move in a little bit more. Preemptive deployment of the Savants could be a bit closer. Ministry coming up pretty soon for the 3rd base. Or no, that's a stockade. My mistake there. Just adding more Savants. Could go for another Trojan. Anseal scouts in, sees what's up. Hydrothin just about to pop. Expansion looking good here for Smarty. Has gotten caught up on the workers, and looks like a 3rd base already kind of telegraphed by the Droleth movement. So Godweed can't really be attacked right now with what Smarty has. That's why he's going for the ski back. He wants to make backdolls so he can try to bully him. And look at that, once again catching the air unit on the way out. Really, really nice army movement from him. Like, nothing for free, and Godweed's reaction time not able to save the Anseal either. Starting to cap his geysers, though, his ridges anyway. Lyrilisks moving forward. We actually are seeing a double expand out of Smarty, grabbing himself some extra bases. I think with the backdolls out, he might even be able to deal with some of these deployed Savants. I know they've got 2 armor, but there's no healing with this army. Now, one big consideration is, of course, the Eidolons. Those are starting to add up into a number as well. And with no Avaleth here for detection, Smarty's going to have to worry about that. He sees the Savant, so he should know that, like, it's a possibility. But until he actually hears the Eidolon shot ring out, it's going to be a bit of a different story. Starts to fall back. What's up, Veek? Welcome to the chat. The broadcast. The fraudcast. Got some more backdolls being morphed now. Smarty should have a couple of them just in time. His gas is very, very low right now.
Zerg here.
Indeed. Zerg here. Thanks, Lucy, for the Zerg here alarm. Not quite able to saturate this base at 4 o'clock just yet, so if Godweed sniffs it out, it's an easy kill with a bunch of workers dead as well. The circuits are not going to be done in time. Only a couple of backdolls. It feels like Smarty's army movement is finally starting to show some flaws, right? He was just barely out of position, and now his army's completely out. The circuits are going to die before they finish. The backdolls are not in strong enough count. Maybe he can try to backstab or go for like a base trade or something like that, but he definitely doesn't want to fight up this ramp. So instead, he should try to come over here, maybe knock out that 3rd base in response to what Godweed is doing. He's able to harvest from here for now. Instead, he wants to make sure he doesn't die, because he could just end up going down. Bactalisk's not attacking. I think they were on a follow order. There you go. Finally getting them pulled in. The Lyrilisks coming in from the top rope. There's a lot of Eidolons. Oh, this army's a lot stronger than it initially seems. You gotta watch out. You can't be fighting the Savants when they're this powered up. They've stolen too much attack speed. They're just auto-gunning everything down. And look at the float as well. Smarty has so much more money. Does he have much larva? No, that's what he was missing, is a little bit of extra larva. All he's able to make are quads right now, and those will not stand tall to the 2-armor Savant. Poor Smarty. He did a lot of really good army movement earlier, but he just wasn't able to figure out where the army was coming from next time around. You know, he had his big Lyra stack off to the side over here. Could have maybe threatened some kind of attack. As of right now, he's going to pull up a last-ditch effort to see if he can defend. 14 Lyralisks on the way. It can be deadly, but I guess since he cleared out a lot of the Eidolons, it's really just the Savants he's got to worry about. The 2-armor pen on the Lyralisk will definitely help. But this extra base has been found. So that's not long for this world. No defenders are over there. The Rokors. Made out of the eggs, made out of the larva. Dashing down to the Kagra so they can stay alive. Maybe they can rend some armor, make the Quaz a bit more relevant. Savant count is still pretty high, though. And you just can't stand and fight them. You have to disengage. You take so many good trades versus the Mavericks, but then there's nothing left for you. GG, easy strat, he says. And a classic move there as the Atlas was coming down behind it. God, we'd had a lot more level. A lot more there for him. And that is a wrap on that. Yeah, over on Twitch, Veek, I've added some soundboard options. Just a few, and you can spend your minerals on. Minerals are the channel points for the Pronogo channel. So that was a little... That felt like, oh man, Smarty was doing pretty well. I'm excited for his comeback since he's returning. Do some more gaming. Nerf Terran and Zerg and Proto. Thank you, Biddy. Thank you for the information. I will think about that. All right, I think that was probably our last cast for the day. We're going to be going to a short break, and when I come back, we'll be doing some development. On the table today, I'm going to be doing some bug fixing. I want to make sure that we can get a couple of bugs fixed out, maybe do a little bit of desync investigation from some of the reports that came in today. I'm always interested in like dialing in on them, see what we find there. Buff a Scozy. I will be buffing a Scozy today because I will be working on them. And so to exist is to be buffed, in my opinion. But when we are done with that, it's going to be, the bug fixing that is, it's going to be a SCSI development time. So I'll go ahead and modify our... it's time. Time to... Let's add a SCSI to Cosmonarchy. There you go. That's our new stream title. Huzzah! A SCSI. That is indeed epic time. All right, lads. We'll be back to talk about some of the other things that are going on here. And have a good time doing some bug fixing, some updating. We got a exciting update as well on the people responding to my outreach front, where, like I mentioned, Uthermal will be checking the game out soon to evaluate if he's interested in doing some competition on it. And I'll see if I can reach out to Hearthstone after the stream as well. Who else would I say? Skillless responded today. He's gonna... he said that he could probably play, but he hasn't played much Brood War, and I was like, don't worry. If we put you in with a group of other people from StarCraft 2, they're also not going to know what to do. It'll be great. It'll be fine. It's a good time. All right. BRB. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Hope you guys are having a good time. There we go. We just got Skillis in the door. Look at that. Some Starcraft 2 pros starting to pop in and say hi, say hello. For your guys' consideration, not just as a result of seeing the games today, because obviously they were on a bit of an older patch, but just kind of thinking out loud about some stuff. Yeah, a great best. What's going on, Mafia? Hope you're doing well. I know you've been here already, but good to say hi again. I think after what I've seen, so far in general, and just thinking about the way that like Zerg are starting to get up to their Calcure Lake antics super fast and whatnot. Like, I feel like the Tethvith Swamp is well time gated, right? Like I don't think that the Tethvith Swamp needs any adjustments. Maybe the Vithrulus could be improved in some way, but I still haven't really seen it used too much, so I can't say for sure. I could imagine like cutting its resource costs a little bit, so it was like 100 minerals instead of 150 or whatever. But anyway, bottom line is, I think that's fine. I think the Teth Zoracore is fine. It's pretty good versus Savant, actually. There's an argument to be made about the Calculusk, like that might be a really strong unit right now. Not entirely sure. The Lyrilusk obviously is kind of crushing these days. I think what we'll probably end up doing for the Lyrilusk is I've already penned some adjustments. Again, migrating one armor pen from the ground attack to the air attack. And then I did end up increasing the time cost of the Calcure Lake by 10 seconds, just to push back the first time you get it. The Lyrilusk itself is a 20-second unit in terms of time cost. I don't think it needs to be much more expensive than that in terms of time cost. I also don't think it really matters to the same degree. Making them 100 mineral or 25 minerals more expensive definitely had a more of an impact, I think. Our friend the Agrolith seems a lot better now that he requires the Quasith pool. I don't think there's any worry there. But I also need to see some more games. I was thinking about the Zarkavracore. This guy is very potent because he's tanky, and he has air, like ground and air splash damage with his main weapon. I think the Fan of Teeth passive for him isn't actually that significant. For the Zarkavracore specifically. I guess it might make it really hard. I don't know. I like it. Remove the Agrolith requirement. You just want to see the Agrolith in action. I know. I think the one thing we could probably do with the Zark, besides maybe tweak some like stats and costs or whatever, more on the boring side, I guess, is I kind of feel like it should just move a little bit slower, honestly. That's sort of my thought. Like if we compare they actually move marginally faster than the Gorgoport. And I think they should probably move slower. So we're going to test that and see if I like that. Because if the Zark moves slower, then that gives a niche for the Gorg in a way. Slightly. You know, slight difference there. I think is good. I don't know if Shambler's actually watching the stream or just responding to that comment. I really don't think that you can compare StarCraft 2 to Cosmonarchy compared to Brood War and Cosmonarchy. I think it's kind of borne out by the fact that Brood War players adapt to it way easier and way faster. Right? Like, it doesn't feel like it feels to me like if StarCraft 2 were more similar to Cosmonarchy compared to Brood War to Cosmonarchy, then you would have more success from StarCraft 2 players. And some of them did find success, like Swarmlord when he was still playing. Obviously, you could think of Hepsea. But the StarCraft 1 guys have way more success. Hit 'em Up is played both, but more StarCraft 1. Ayud played both, but definitely way more StarCraft 1. Nebline, way more StarCraft 1. Ramen, Newt. So, I don't know. It's hard for me to agree to that. But it doesn't look like Greenix is still here to talk about his point, so I didn't bother commenting on it all on my own. Let's take a look at the Zarcave 4-1. I still think it might actually feel more menacing that it moves slower, but I still think it'll be pretty spooky, you know? So before it was moving at faster than 5, like probably 5.2 or something. Test that. What we get. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Oh, that's what you meant. I see. Like you were saying that if you wanted to play a different RTS game than StarCraft 2, Cosmonarchy would be easier than Brood War. Yeah, that's probably true. The only caveat to that statement would be that there's way more Brood War educational content out there, and learning resources, and many big communities and competitive stuff. Like we're a lot more nascent. 5-4. So we would say Zarcave Core. I didn't even see what the new stat actually was. Or okay. So the summary of the changes that we made on balance. Oh yeah, I forgot to set task. I don't know if I'm actually done with the balance changes, but I'm going to mark it as such for now. I feel like the changes that we've made today, just now, were... So we did the armor pen change for the Lyralisk. We did the Zarcave Core movement speed change. And we did the time cost bump on the Calcure Lake. Okay. Just reading up on some of the conversation that was happening in the Discord server. I had missed some of it. Another thing I was thinking about is the Valkyrie. I think cutting down on the delay between missiles fired will probably help with the mobile enemies that it's supposed to be fighting. And then cutting down on its cooldown a little bit would be nice as well. Oh, its cooldown is currently 1.0. Okay. .08 to 0.9. Finally, Dog can put the Flyers in jail. See how that goes. Honestly, if people have more, like, if races have more tools to defeat air, I don't think that's ever really a big problem, honestly. I think Dog gets nervous when Newt asks about buffing wraiths, because he's like, dude, making 82 wraiths in one spot is disgusting. You should, you know, Dog is like, you should never do that. And Newt's like, that's my thing. I like that. I want that. Dog's just shaking. What the fuck? Who is this person? And why do they play Terran? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll call the balance changes done just like that, and we will. We're gonna push an update pretty soon. I guess I'll quickly document the triggers. Cosmonarchy. For a while, it was true. You would make NAF all the time. ZVZ would be Nath Wars. Then it was Gorg Wars. And then we entered this promised land where it wasn't like that. And then the Dark Agents threatened to come back with the unspeakable, the Skith War. But it doesn't seem like that happens anymore. Okay, we have okay. Okay, I feel like we're in a good spot. You say was like it actually happened, Lucy, but it didn't really. I think it was there for like 5 games. I don't really count that the same. It was like actually meta in Nath War and Gorg War. I think Nath War was the worst, but Gorg War was not great. All right. I documented some of those changes, which means I should document them on the scenario setup website as well. Went from work you to home you real quick. How quickly they forget. Okay, we are going to call that one done. I'm going to take a look at some of the more recent bug reports. The ramp passability was actually only on the editor MPQ and not inside the main, the dev or whatever. So that's. Oh, okay. So one of the things that I noticed is. So basically, this is going to hyper specifically take anything with the auto vitality clone timer and oh, I guess what we would do actually is yeah, I think we would just change this. It's right here. So we just keep checking. I guess we can do 3 like that. And else. Move all of that inside the else one. I think this will fix the bug that was reported by Kasuga, where it basically, like, the auto vitality thing expires if the unit is stunned. We'll test to make sure that that's what's going on. Okay, I feel like that is actually all the bug fixing that we really needed to do. We're going to still do some DSIC investigation, of course. But based on that, we should be able to, based on what I've seen, what we should be able to do here in the test map is have a simulacrum, lobotomy 1-1. I guess a warden 1-1. Okay, I did not quite do that the right way. I keep messing up the timing a little bit there. I can't believe this is so difficult. Okay. So then, yeah, we lose the auto vitality timer, and then we just don't split anymore. So that should no longer be possible. on the new version. I don't think that's quite right. We have 4, 3, 2. Oh, I guess it is. Yeah, it just freezes it. So we should test with... We'll test with a, like, fresh one. Hello? It seems like it still ticks down, though. Isn't that weird? Oh. I see. Because we're saying we're only doing this change if it equals 1. So it still ticks down for free, which is not really what we want. We want it to stun it. But if you happen to be ready to go and stunned on the same frame, it will still be blocked because of this. Set it to 2. We'll say is greater than 1, and unit is frozen. This, but we just do... Eventually, all statuses will just do that naturally. They'll be like, oh, I'm stunned. I shouldn't decrease... This status should not be decreased, but... Or decremented, but, I think that's fine. That works out. Okay. So we're going to add that to our bug fix list. Prevented auto vitality timers from expiring while... Should be good. Another thing that I noticed is create uniformability. I'm just following up on whatever we got reported. Oh, I see. So I guess what we would do here is we would say, okay, so what we would do here is we would say if unit and unit equals parent. And this is where we would inherit the selection. We would say child has to be added to the selection. So select. To create unit selection. That's not really it. I might have to ask DF for some consults on this one. Okay, this looks like what we probably want, actually. This is when you're selecting units. So we need to... New unit is added to the end of the array. Ah, geez. This is actually... a bit more complicated. Okay, never mind. This is definitely a bit harder. All right, so that's why this hasn't been implemented yet, is that the... This is going to be status and not base product. All right, well, that is not actually what I want to do. Get back to our error list. It should error out because I didn't finish the thing I was working on. Apparently not. Oh, I guess I just... Well, I started on the code. I'm gonna quickly go in to see if I can fix an issue with the Agrolith stuff. What happens is you end up progressing. How do we get... Where do we create our Agrolith back from? That's right. No. I think that's not supposed to be there anymore. I see. Okay. Game. I think we extern there, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, it's already in here, extern hockey. So I wonder why we can't find... So that's basically the code that we would need to run, but we need to figure out what's up here. Looks... Okay, I guess that's probably why it was giving us trouble earlier. Oh, is no UI. All right, so if I'm right about this, we can control one the Agrolith. You see how it and turns it into the Kagran, right? And then we select the Agrolith instead. It does clear this out, but so there's already an edge case I can feel about this. Is that now we shift add this, and we can select two structures. And then it tries to select the Agrolith instead of the Hatrosk instead. I guess we already have a safety in there, though. So that's probably fine. All right, so Cannoli will be happy about that. So I couldn't do the thing that I wanted to do, which was for the inherit selection. I wanted to make this fully functional, but wasn't quite able to do that. We'll call that one done for now. And I'm going to go ahead and push this update, and then I'm going to take a look at the desync stuff for just a little while. Let's see. I'll go until like 4:30 my time, which is in a half an hour, and then after that on the desync stuff, or maybe I'll stop sooner, we'll see. After I'm done with looking at that, we will jump into some Escozy dev for at least an hour, and then we'll be good to go. Stream's been going for 3.5, so yeah, that'll take us to 5 hours if I do that as expected. So I am gonna be hungry, so let's see. Eat some nice food after the stream, do some dishes, take a walk, all the good stuff. Apparently there was a Warhammer 40k Dawn of War 4 announcement trailer that dropped. I don't even want to know how good the video is compared to how bad the or how good the cinematic trailer will be compared to how bad the game will be, because Dawn of War 3 had a really bad time with that. Move this out of my way. I keep trying to look around it. So we're gonna tweak. Oh, nice. Nice. Some definitive edition they got there. Excuse me. Valkyrie, Lyrilis, Arcade Record, and Blake, we tweaked. All right, so I think that's correct. Technically, we added a couple of Krieg stuff, but I'm not too worried about it. All right, that is up on pre-release now. I think Doglived is joining us for the Tribunal of Tyranny, but he hasn't submitted his sign-in sheet just yet. So that'll be a fun time. I don't think he hasn't. Yeah, not yet. All right. Let's take a look at the latest desync error that was put in. Oh, never mind. I actually didn't get information. Well, that's okay. I have one I can go take a look at. Tribunal of Tyranny. Yeah, this weekend it's going to be a qualifier for the it's the first qualifier for Acropolis 4. One player will make it in. This is our bracket. I'll add Doglive to it and sort him. Yeah, I think that's probably right. This is what our bracket looks like right now. It's a single elimination, all series best of 5. Nablime dog-lived PvP. I feel like Nablime should coast through that one, but dog-lived can be pretty spooky in the early games. So you gotta watch out. That's a stumbling block. Newt AOT. AOT will not be happy about that. Shambler Ramen is interesting because Ramen's obviously been struggling versus Zerg lately, so I would actually give the edge to Shambler, but we'll see if he can identify the paths there and if Ramen can tweak some stuff about it as a play. We'll see. And of course, Sausage versus Smarty, another P mirror, just to decide who gets the honor of being annihilated by Zeke. I have a feeling it would be Sausage because he's played a lot more recently. And Smarty's been AFK for a bit. I'm kind of thinking that Grass Eater might end up signing up as well. So that would change the bracket if he did. We'll see. This is a invite-only thing where I invited some SC1 pros, I invited some Class 1 and Class 2 players, and we'll see if anybody decides to join in on that. But the winner qualifies in to the next Battlement stage. So honestly, I look at this bracket, and I think Zeke has the edge over Shambler for sure. I expect him to beat whoever comes out of here. It's best of 5. It's really hard to win 3 games versus a better player. You know what I mean? Like, you can try to cheese for a couple, but if Ramen gets over Shambler, then he could give Zeke some hard times. That could be interesting. He's got the bio style down pat for like early aggression. Ramen Nablime finals according to Dog. No way. Okay. Nablime over Newt? I don't know. Maybe. I think that would be a close set. That would be exciting. But yeah, it does look like it'll be either Nablime or Newt. If it's Newt, Zeke might have trouble. If Zeke gets past Ramen and or Shambler. Well, I guess or. It would be either or. I don't know. That's going to be a juicy one. Yeah, Arbuz. It's we're going to have a ton of tournaments that qualify one player each over time. It's a bit of a different format. Yeah, that was the the Acropolis 3 Tribunal stage. So it's this one's a bit more cutthroat. We're just doing one-off event, you know. We're gonna have many opportunities though. I still really like the idea that somebody who from I really like the idea of the other angle where we do like if Hit 'em Up joined and he won, it denies somebody in. That's just funny to me. Instead we do like a sudden death thing where it's like, say it was like Hit 'em Up versus, I don't know. I'm imagining a different world where like, I guess Hit 'em Up would be on the other side of the bracket as seed 1 or something. So, I don't know. Anyway, whatever the case may be, if he denied somebody, then we would have like Zeke and some of the other players, like whoever was like highest placing, right? Would face off in a BO5. It's like 3rd place and 4th place would face each other for a decider, and then the winner there would face off against 2nd place, whoever lost in the final. That's sort of the thought process there, but that's not going to happen this time. We haven't actually had Hit 'em Up declined his invite. The other 3 players that are pre-qualified would be Aoud, Crank, and Hamster, and Aoud, Hamster, Crank in that order, and they're not as active. I guess Hamster is, but it doesn't look like Hamster's down. Maybe he'll change his mind later and get some practice in. It could be good. I think he's been playing other games, though, or something. No shade to him. Oh, and I guess I do have to do another quick bracket, though. Okay, let's return. Dashboard. I have to say, not. Oh, I see. This is just like a spot check thing. I had like individual series. I was wondering about that one. Okay. Great. All right, so the weekend wage bracket is going to be basically open sign up. Whoever wants to pop in for 1 day. It's best of ones until the top 4 matches. The last 4 matches are best of 3. That's going to be a fun one. That'll be on the 31st, so that'll be right after our show match. So definitely, it's going to be interesting to see that one. I'll be opening up the sign-up thread for that after the stream at some point. We'll get some people in. Okay, so we're going to take a look at the desync error that I have from Boneth. Comparing it to my own. Not the right one? No. Like this one right here. Okay, I'm going to edit this one with Notepad. Tab line. 1602. I think Nablime, Ultra, and all of us were in the same area, so we'll go ahead and clear these. So yeah, just like mine, in this case, we had a pariah out of position. We create the setup there. So let's grab the coordinates here. N18, 1655. I remember feeling like it was really remarkable how different these were. N91, 1683. So this was red is Boneth, blue is everybody else. His pariahs were in completely different directions or different positions, like more than you just get from something erroneous. And there were no sirens to like displace. So I'm really wondering how this would have happened, basically. It feels like there's something non-deterministic about like the path planning, where the pariahs moved up. And then what happened is the true desync occurred at this moment, probably, or some other moment like where the pariah was here, and then moved off to the side or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, I think that must be what happened. And then, you know, Terran unit on our game, Ultra's unit, attacked the pariah in our version of the game, but then, like, Bonnet's version of the game, the pariah was over here. And so that's when the hash error happened, because something was detected to be out of sync. But I don't really know if that's true, because it just says that the positions are different. So it's not like, oh, the unit had less shields because it was damaged, or it's also not like other units are out of sync. It's just this one pariah. So that makes me, I'm a little bit puzzled by that. I definitely want to check that out. So for this, we'll have to go to the autosave folder. on 8:15, we had 2 Angel Tier straight games. I'm going to that version on pre-release. And we're going to go ahead and jump on, see if we can figure out the replay error, any context from the replay. Okay. All right, and let me get the math while I speed this up. I believe it was like 10 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, 10.16. And we're watching for over here. So the reason why I would do this instead of, like... oh, I actually downloaded the VOD, if I'm not mistaken. Or I thought I had. Did I delete it? Oh, Boneth is live currently. No, not the Taco Bell ad. Go to videos. Okay, so here it is. So I was at this point in his VOD. So, like, his POV doesn't tell us too much because he's busy trying to deal with that. But we can see he's his pariahs are... So his pariah kind of forks off to the left there. Okay, it's the unit in the back, I think. It's the second unit there. There's like 2 pariahs that move forward. Something happens where the second unit decides to go a different path, I guess, in the different games. I'm not really entirely sure. If we look at his... Okay, so he has like Drakodins and a pariah or whatever on a control group. So around now is when it breaks, right? That's what it looks like to me. Yeah. But it doesn't look like I don't know what the order is that he gave. He gives an order here, right? So he right-clicks here, right where the cursor is. He right-clicks next to his matrix with the unit selected. It looks like a move command, actually. Oh, and then he changes it to an attack move command right next to the nexus. That's what happens there. So we're going to be looking out for that. I guess I should also try to see if there's any differences in the replay. In any other way, in any other aspect. We know that we're looking at like pretty soon here. Pretty soon is when the attack comes in. Still this heckling going on. The Taluses migrate down to the 6 o'clock. He's got his army here. It looks like he pinches his zealots off for something else at some point. Oh no, I guess they die in the fight over here, right? And then he starts to pull away. He's got the manifold for armor pin as well, which is kind of funny. So let's see. This pariah he's got to double back because he can't quite get through the front line. So we're coming up on the order, right? The order was... The order was given at like 10:01, you know? And then we'll see what we get there. He clears the ant seal. So this is about when he gives the order. So we're watching. So we see on the minimap one of his Drakodins just explodes. And on our screen, on our game, the pariah moves forward to attack. But in his game, the pariah like moves backwards. Like can't pathfind around the Drakodin or something like that. It's hard to tell the unit count here. It's a little bit out of sync. No, we're in the same spot. Yeah, Boneth has 5 less units in our game. Oh, but that could be, that's, yeah. Never mind, that's insane. And our resources are pretty on the money, too. Obviously, we're paused at slightly different times in the game. So, from what I can tell, this issue stemmed from the pariah taking a different pathway. Maybe not being able to path away from... Maybe being hit by an Eidolon? I don't get it, though. Again, if we look at the error, we compare the two. For HP, it had 17... We'll translate this into hex, of course. Or into decimal somehow. Then we grab our calc. So it had 377 health. Which is accurate. That's how much health it has in here. And then at the time of the desync, which is about now, as we can see, its shields were... This looks like a nice even number. It looks like it has 100 shields. Yeah. So it's at full durability at the time of the desync. So we know it's not because it got hit by an Eidolon and then was told to move away, right? Like it's like it was on an attack move order. So we know what it was doing. That's not a concern. There's no concern there at all. Instead, what happens is before the pariah gets into range versus what Ultra does here, because he's deploying all of his savants, right? The pariah decides to move a different direction in Bonnet's game than it does in everybody else's game. And it's, I don't believe, because we don't see him reorder the unit at any point, the pariah just starts moving away the other direction. The pariah is like stuck. It's being attacked, and it's on an attack move. The pariah is just stuck in a vortex or something. I don't understand what's happening. Will he ever look at it? Maybe we can figure it out based on that. No, he recalls it with a control group, so it starts moving again. Like we can see that on the bottom of the screen. Yeah. So now he's like moving it again. Why did it fail to move around? It's like... It just kind of warped around in this area, like it walked back and forth. If we look back at the... I'm looking at the minimap entirely here. Yeah, he's kind of just like going up and then down. It's like he's... Oh! Okay, I think I get it. I think I get how that could have happened. It would have been if he was... Like, it's too far gone now and we can't rewind immediately, unfortunately, so... I have to fast forward again in this. But the thing that I was thinking is that this pariah might have been aggroed on a different target. Might have been aggroed on a target that was, like, unwalkable. Sort of like how you could do, like, a medic wall, StarCraft 1, like, TVZ, and then the Ultralisks can't attack you or whatever. Like, something like that, maybe? So that's why he was going back and forth. Like, without... I could ask for Bonneth's copy of the replay. But I have no guarantee that it's not going... Like, his replay might show our reality. That happens very often. But that might help out. I'll message him. See if he has the... There? So whenever he gets that to me, we'll take a closer look at this. I just want to do one more look at the... Knowing that 10:08, I think, is the magic... Oh, no, it's 10:10. 10:10 is when it when the breakage occurs. Yeah, then he gets the attack move order. Then it's a move order for a second, then an attack move. Yeah, so the first Dracodon dies, that's fine. That's not that's not a concern yet. Okay, so it's about now. And so my thinking for why he was like the pariah was kind of moving back and forth is because he might have grabbed a different unit. Just refactoring this for a bit, not really going to be a huge difference. Okay, this probably wasn't related. Else is implied here since it's a return. We don't need that. Okay, we don't need the zombie note. Do we have this somewhere else in Helper? Because we should not be using this right now. Well, I've definitely refactored a lot of this stuff, but I have a... I'm doubting that there's going to be much here that I can do. Typing out a description of the issue to DF right now. I'm going to quickly tidy the attack priority stuff real quick. Like, sync those changes here. Okay. I don't think anything in here is that much of a tidy. I guess we'll do that one. Yeah, I think nesting is sometimes considered the enemy, and I would generally agree with that. It just makes code a lot harder to read a lot of. I'll save this entire file for later. That's part of a larger thing. So, what I can do now is I can just quickly push the... Wait for it to finish doing what it's doing. Then I will go to... release. Go to... Oh, wait, no. We're going to go to that dev branch that I'm working on right now, and... it's called Hooks Attack Priority. Now, this is something that actually does make plausible sense as a candidate for desyncs, because this code here, the attack priority code, is actually from GPTP originally. It does seem like it's doing the right random methodology. That's also pretty dense code. I'm not super good at reading. Hey, Ultra looking for games. And would you look at that? Punch Drunk just dropped. That's a good name for it. We got the Port of Knockout complete. Labor of Love. Time to throw that in class 1. Wink. Oh yeah, of course I too. I guess I'll use this as an excuse to sync up the editor MPQ as well. Last random number was in sync, so there's no worry there. I guess we can go to... All right, well, we have a lead, albeit a slim one. I guess another thing I can check is all of the helper calls in here, but I guess there are no helper calls in here. There's that plan. The hook wrappers seem fine. You don't need as many ASM instructions as they put, but I don't think it does it makes a difference. Take a quick look at Punch Drunk. This is the port of Knockout. A little bit easier to use. ASM scares you. So, this map, I don't believe it deviates much from the original. But as you can see, we've got the trenches. Now, he said in the... Two tiles wide low ground trench in front of natural, 6 tile wide main ramps reduced to 4 tiles with mineral block. But I don't see the mineral blockers here, so I wonder about that. And also, those would definitely give you some pranks. So, I double wonder about that. Huh. Like, you would 1000% get hit with the wandering thing that happened on Watchpoint. And it also happens on Court Martial. That's very funny. That's a cool looking map, though. See if people like it. All right, let's get some Ascosi dev done, because I think we've done our desync investigation as best as we can. We definitely made some progress on... Oh, wait, hold on.
Zerg here.
Zerg here. I must concur. Hello, Cabra Homie. How are you? Ultra just started streaming. If you guys are interested in some epic Terran gameplay, definitely check it out. I like how suggested collabs for the Twitch stream, by the way, they literally have me as my recommended suggested collab. I should collab with myself. You know, why not? Why not do that once in a while? All right, so with that taken care of, we'll exit out of these for the time being. Okay, let's take a look at close this as well. This. I'll collab with myself right now, green eggs. Yeah, I'm like the guy who does, I guess you could say, the most hours in it. My co-developer is named Veek7. That's his ID. You'll see him in the chat sometimes, but he is European time, so it's getting pretty late for him. He works on a lot of the lower level programming stuff. Been working on a lot of systems related stuff. He helped get our website set up. Contributes a bunch of ideas and such. Also community handling and whatnot. An invaluable partnership. But glad to hear that you're interested. We've been pulling a lot of Starcraft 1 and Starcraft 2 pro players to try it for show matches. So if you like competitive stuff, you'll probably like those. Plus we have other general competitions going on. And we got a lot of single player and co-op stuff in the works. So yeah, the fraud launcher is also super good. I'm glad that Veek set some time aside for that. Just the fact that it looks much nicer and that you can indeed search. I can search like, let's see. Well, first I should pull the latest changes. But once that's done, I can search like, I know I changed like the Calcure Lake in a bunch of updates, so I can search Calcure Lake and it'll show me. That's pretty epic. Oh yeah. I also forgot about the I did a lot of stuff. Yeah, but if you search out here, like, you get access to all of the stuff that's changed it, including the date. Pretty awesome. I wonder if you can do like this. No, I guess not. Maybe later. So we could definitely look into implementing the proselyte today. Biggest thing is just making sure that we have biggest thing is making sure that we have a couple good graphics lying around for it. That's always been the trouble, is like figuring that out. But I guess maybe before we even bother with that, we should take a look at the Pilgrim. So I was working on code for the Escosi inside here. If we go to Escosi, we have defined more unit IDs since then for the Iskozi. Fossilite. Thanks for the sub, homie. Cabra, homie, specific. I think I did isolate some graphics that I can implement not so long ago for some of their structures. I might take a look at just doing that real quick. Okay. Back to here. So we skip all this and go straight to 7. We start oh, I guess we do. It's kind of jank because I'm just piggybacking off of Terran construction code. We might need to re-implement some of this stuff later, but kind of whatever. Okay. Let's take a look. So I'm noticing, right, like he just kind of goes to the center, which is fine. We can probably take a look at some code that I did for Protoss. So this is the biggest problem, right? Is that if we cancel here. Oh. So when you cancel, they don't stop animating, which is kind of funny. But that's something we can deal with later. So it looks like it already does work. The only problem is it's not quite working out, right? Like if this guy, if the first guy who started working on it is working on it, then you can't add more. Right? Which is really weird. I can't imagine why that would do that. Anyway, really quickly, I'm going to check the... Get scribe warp. greater than home distance. Okay. Yeah. Well, I guess we could probably do this. It could be like get worker construction distance. And this would be structure ID. So we can try that out. Obviously, we have to still. There was something about like a distance thing or whatever. For when they arrive. Target. So this part is what runs for this. That's fine. We skip everything else. Oh. Yeah, we return at the end. So we skip straight down to... So that's for when it's actively working, but when does it actually start construction? I guess this is for while it's actively constructing. And yeah, this part is when we go to the distance. Man, this is such a ugly function. Okay, so this is what we actually want, and we're just going to call this one distance. And then we're going to say... it equals the link to the Twitch channel. So I guess what we would say here is... 128. If... I don't even remember how the SCSI stuff was called. It was the... I feel like maybe that's enough, but I'm gonna check other distance amounts to see if that is true, and then we'll see where we're at. Not sure about like why it just refuses to resume construction though. That's a bit weird. Though also the distance of like 128 does, if the distance is 128 normally, then I don't think that that's quite what we're after. Target point. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that what we just changed is likely to do anything for the start spot. Yeah, not really. Tweaked the animation a little bit, but that was about it as far as stuff that we can see. I just don't know why the specific unit that made it. I don't even see a case where that's checked. So well, the when you're talking about the mason starting a construction, it's in the middle. This is like tasking a unit onto the already completed structure to assist in construction. It seems like it's something that happens where Somehow the connected unit is checked. I guess my guess is that this function doesn't call when the connected unit is added to the list or whatever. So like, perform orders. I don't know where you would go for this, though. What's up, Jujic? Yeah, I was just thinking about the mineral blockers on the different high ground. I think that they'll still get wandered to, but we'll have to see it in action, I guess. Also, I got Bonneth's replay from the desync game. Maybe I'll take a look at that in a second. I'm running up on some silliness here. So one of the things that I'm thinking here is that basically this function doesn't get run until if the connected unit is linked. But we don't actually seem to link the connected unit. Maybe we need to not link the connected unit if you're in a SCSI unit. So we would say, like, this right here, we do another thing, is a SCSI. I would say bool is SCSI. And then down here we would say is a SCSI. If not is a SCSI, we assign, if unit is not a SCSI, we assign that. We just make sure that the connected unit isn't assumed to be here in this section, but it doesn't look like it. All right. So basically, I'm thinking that this might allow us to do the construction the way that people would expect it to be, which is I do this. Yeah. Okay, so we need to add a fail condition, which is that, like, if there's more than yeah, that's progress. That is progress for sure. Rainer 11111. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Yeah. So we have the construction going on now, like in that respect. I think now we need a little gate that says only 5 can go. I actually don't know the construction rate, by the way, so that might be something we also have to customize. If we go to here, is less than 5. Or maybe we would say less. I don't know exactly, but this is what I'm thinking is we do. Right. So now what we need to do, we can reorganize this code in a little bit as well. We need to find the is a SCSI section here. And it's fine to not bother checking that because we don't really care about that. Here we'll say... Well, okay, I feel like that should do the trick there. Oh, well, the problem here that I can imagine is that when we pull the worker off, we need to also, we need to clear the vector. We haven't done that yet. Let's see. This is a really funny way to do this. I think it's constructing building. But honestly, I'm not sure. It might be more than that. It doesn't really feel like we've got, it feels like maybe we're, like, I guess I would need to see the unit's order ID printed out all the time. Selected. And then we gotta compare this here. So it's always 33. That is the right one. Yeah, in theory, this should work. Like, it should cap out here. We shouldn't be able to do any more. but something about our code doesn't allow that. So that could be the vector status. It could be that we're clearing the vector improperly. Or in some weird way. But in this case, we're checking the vector and seeing, like, we're only clearing stuff that's inside the vector. So it could also be that we're not adding stuff correctly to the vector. I haven't played around with vectors too much, to be honest with you, so very possible I screwed something up. I think I'm going to call this one built txt because it's a little bit easier to read. In this case, we're checking to see if the size is less than 5. And we are taking the built unit. Target. Oh, I see. Actually, what it could be is that there's no there's no fail state here, so that might have been all it is. It requires me to do a little bit more nesting, but it's a little bit cleaner as well. Upsides and downsides. Okay. Well, we have some progress. Or do we? I don't think we do, actually. I think they just couldn't get to it, and they just gave up on the first possible. Yeah, so this guy is the one out. He shouldn't have been allowed in. So actually, the main guy couldn't get back in. Once we had 5 here. Oh. They don't path best. Yeah, see, this guy can't actually contribute. I can't quite tell if he's still contributing and just not animating. So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. We got to get back to that. But we made some pretty good progress on that already. So that's... Holy shit. I just tuned into Ultra's stream and he's just got the whole fucking map of Crisis Vector on lockdown versus Sausage. Knocking out the third base. Very nice. Terran supremacy on the Terran map. Got way too much, dude. can't believe Sausage is still in. I guess maybe he has 6 o'clock. I'm just slightly not really casting on the other side. He walked right into an a patriarch stack, and he still killed everything, I think. Sausage is bullying him, dude. He won't leave the game even though it's over. All right. I think that's probably where we're going to close the stream, actually. But we will raid Ultra since he's streaming Cosmonarchy. It would be wrong not to. So if you're watching on YouTube, and feel free to pop over to Twitch and join in the experience raiding Ultra. I'll drop the Twitch chat in there so you guys can pop in, and then we'll go ahead and, you know, manage to make it into the classic 5-hour mark. Just nice. Just so nice. I think it's about time we call it here. But we managed to also get some good leads on some desync stuff. So I'll see you guys next time. Tomorrow, we'll be doing some more SCSI development. Maybe implementing some of those graphics that I've got lying around. That'll do it. Thanks for supporting Ultra as well. GG's.